Yes, Judge.
I see Ms. Lorincz is here. Anything that needs to be brought to my attention before we proceed?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
So bring your jurors back in, please. As far as I know, they're right next door. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, you don't have to sit in the same seats every time. You're free to move around. But ironically, I find everyone on the jury goes back to the same seat all the time. Maybe force of habit. Good morning to all of you. I want to just check with you, as I do every day, to make sure, and by show of hands, has anyone contacted you about this case or said anything to you in your presence about this case? I see no hands. Have any of you contacted anyone else about this case or spoken with anyone else about this case? I see no hands. Have any of you gone online and looked up anything about this case or communicated about this case with anyone online? I see no hands. I thank you very much. We are ready to proceed with our next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The state
You-
calls Dr. Sondell Norford.
Thank you, sir. You need to.
Yes. Thank you.
Nothing plugged in right now.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Just want to remind everyone to turn your cell phones off, okay?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Shane Dell, Norford.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Where are you currently employed?
I work with my own consulting company currently.
You're with where, I'm sorry?
My own consulting company.
Okay, and what do you do in that consulting company?
I do forensic pathology work, expert witness work, as well as medical malpractice cases.
Where did you work before your consulting company?
The District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
How long did you work there?
2.5 years.
From what period of time?
Between 2021 and the end of 2023.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and experience that allows you to do forensic pathology?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of the Virgin Islands, a Master's degree in Criminal Justice from Kaplan University. I have a medical degree from Boston University School of Medicine. I completed a 4-year combined residency program in clinical pathology and anatomic pathology from Orlando Regional Medical Center, after which I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
As a medical examiner, what were your duties? What did you do on a day-to-day basis?
On a daily basis, I perform forensic autopsies, determine cause and manner of death, review toxicology reports, and approve cremations.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in Florida?
I am.
All right. You mentioned a couple terms. First, pathology. What is that?
Pathology is the study of disease by definition.
You mentioned clinical pathology.
Sure.
What is that?
So clinical pathology is the study of disease based on the analysis of liquid tissues, so blood, urine, laboratory medicine in a general sense.
And I think you then mentioned anatomical pathology. What is that?
So anatomical pathology is the study of disease based on the examination of solid tissues. So we're looking at organs, any biopsies, and it also includes some autopsies as well.
And finally, you mentioned the term forensic pathology. What is that?
So forensic pathology is a branch of pathology that deals with performing forensic autopsies and determining the cause and manner of death from those autopsies.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you've performed in your career?
Over 3,000.
You said you were board certified in certain areas. First, what areas are you board certified in?
Sure. Clinical pathology, anatomic pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is involved in becoming board certified? What does that mean?
So you first have to complete a certain amount of training requirements. In this case, I probably did 5 years of additional training on top of medical school. After fulfilling certain requirements, you have to take several examinations and pass them as well.
Can you describe for the jury what an autopsy is and what it involves?
Sure. An autopsy involves examination of a body of somebody who's deceased. So you're examining the body from head to toe, front to back. You're noting everything from the color of the eyes, the color of the hair, any scars, any tattoos, any unusual marks. You're also noting any injuries or diseases that you find as you go along.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology in court before?
I have
Can you estimate about how many times?
around 45 or 50.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection of voir dire?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow her to testify and form an opinion, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to direct your attention to June 3rd of 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on a woman named Ajike Owens?
I did.
How did Miss Owens' body arrive to the medical examiner's office?
So we got a call from law enforcement about a shooting that occurred. In this case, she had already been transported to the hospital. So after we got a call, investigation took all the information, and then her body was later transported from the hospital to our office.
And where is the office of medical examiner located in the 5th District?
It's in Leesburg.
Is a unique case number assigned to each autopsy that is performed by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with the autopsy of Miss Owens?
It was ME 23-1380.
How old was Miss Owens?
She was 35.
How tall was she?
5 feet 7 inches,
And how much did she weigh?
293 pounds.
During the course of the autopsy that you performed, were photographs taken of Miss Owens as well as the injuries that you noticed on her?
Yes, photographs were taken.
Showing Mr. Marcus the Y for identification. Take a look at that item, the photos in it, see if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are those photos?
So the autopsy photos taken at the time of the examination.
And do they fairly accurately depict Miss Owens as well as her injuries and items you may recover from her body?
They do.
This time, the state would move Y into evidence as 16, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States Y by evidence is states number 16.
And may I have access to the TV?
I put it on there, but they had something else on there. Make sure you got what you want on there.
Plugged in. Your Honor, if you could take that off 1 second and try to fix it.
Yeah.
It's plugged in and hard.
While Mr. Smith is working on that, Doctor, during the autopsy, was law enforcement present?
In this case, they weren't.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of medical treatment on Miss Owens's body?
Yes, she had several pieces of medical evidence. She had defibrillator pads on her chest. She also had an intravenous catheter in one of her legs as well.
I can go old school. Photograph 1 of state 16. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And is that the person that you performed the autopsy upon?
it is.
Did you locate any injuries to Miss Owens's hand during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Describe the injury that you located.
So she had a superficial injury, what we call an abrasion, to the right hand.
Showing photograph 2 of state 16, does that represent the injury that you noticed?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe the injury to the jury?
So the injury was pink-purple in color, superficial, meaning it was just like a superficial part of the skin that was injured, nothing deeper.
Not considered a life-threatening injury.
No, it was not.
Is the appearance of the injury, in your opinion, consistent with being caused by a projectile or a graze from a projectile?
It's not.
Why not?
So with projectile wounds or graze wound, you have certain characteristics. For instance, a graze wound is a wound that's caused from the projectile scraping over your skin. With those wounds, they tend to be like more elongated, and you tend to have what's called skin tags pointing in the direction that the projectile is coming from. With, say, an entrance type gunshot wound, it's more like round, regular, punched out. And in this case, it's only one superficial wound. Like I said, there's nothing deeper, so there's no penetration at all.
Could you tell based on the appearance of the injury whether the injury was fresh or had begun healing?
It was fresh.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as far as what could have caused that injury?
It could have caused by several things. Maybe, her hand hitting the floor as she fell, or maybe something from the door, something hitting her hand.
Did you locate a gunshot wound on Miss Owens?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, but in your opinion, the injury to her right wrist was not consistent with a gunshot wound, correct?
Correct.
I understand. Did you also take x-rays of Miss Owens's body prior to performing the autopsy?
Yes, we did.
And why is that done?
We take X-rays to see whether or not there are any projectiles within the person, and if there is projectile, then we want to know where the projectile is located. That way, we can access the projectile easily while doing the autopsy.
Showing you photograph 3 of state 16, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And you notice the projectile in the x-ray?
it's hard to see actually. I can't see from that.
Is that better?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay. And where is that on the photograph? I'm going to show it to the jury in a second. Where was
So it's on the right abdomen area.
Okay. My finger located where it is?
Yes.
Okay. at as a kind of a white object type area in the x-ray?
Correction, yes, correct.
Did you locate the corresponding gunshot wound on Miss Owens's body?
Yes, I did.
Where was that located?
It was on the right side of the chest.
Showing you photograph 4 of state 16. What does this photograph show?
That shows the entrance gunshot wound on the right chest.
And can you point at yourself where that was located?
Sure. So it was about right here.
And can you tell by the appearance of the gunshot wound whether it's an entrance wound or exit wound?
Yes, I can.
How can you tell that?
So entrance gunshot type wounds are more what we call regular, somewhat round or a little ovoid. They tend to be more punched out, whereas exit gunshot wounds are typically irregular, almost like the projectile tearing the skin as it exits.
Did you find an exit wound?
There was none.
Is that consistent with the x-ray showing the presence of a projectile inside of her body?
It is.
Did you locate any soot around the entrance wound?
There was none.
Okay, and what is meant by soot and why is that significant?
So soot is completely burned gunpowder. It's almost like it's dust-like, so it wipes off easily. And when soot is present, it tells us that it's a close gunshot wound within 6 inches.
Did you locate any what's called stippling around the entrance wound of the gunshot?
There was none.
What is stippling?
So stippling, it's unburnt gunpowder particles now. And with stippling, it tends to have like bigger particles causing superficial injury to the skin. And it's more permanent. We call it tattooing because it looks like little black marks around the wound. And you tend to see stippling with intermediate range gunshot wounds. So from like 6 inches to about 2.5 feet.
Would you expect to find any soot or stippling in the entrance wound of this gunshot if she was shot through a door?
I would not, because in this case, there was an intermediate target. So any soot or stippling would actually be on the door and not on her.
And you're not saying there would be soot or stippling on the door, but if it was going to be there, it would be on the door as opposed to in her body?
Correction, as it depends on the range of fire from the door.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury the damage that the projectile caused as it entered her body and proceeded through it?
Sure. So the projectile entered the right side of the chest. It then hit the 4th rib, after which it went through her right lung. It went through the heart. It went through the esophagus. It also went through the aorta, after which it went through the diaphragm, the spleen, and it was recovered from the left lower abdomen area.
Can you describe the path of travel the projectile took?
Sure. So it went from right to left and downward.
And can you point where the projectile was actually located?
Sure. Can I stand?
Yes, ma'am.
So entrance was here, and the projectile was found around this area.
Now, I know we see on TV all the time that medical examiners are able to say exactly how a person positioned when the person was shot. Can you do that?
Not in this case, because there's so many factors that come into play. Without knowing the position that the shooter was in, how tall the shooter is, the position of the hand and the gun, you can't really say that.
Did you recover the projectile that we saw in the x-ray from her body?
Yes, it was recovered.
Can you explain how you did that?
Sure. So while we are doing the autopsy, I'm noting the injuries as I go along. And from the x-ray, I have an approximate location of where the projectile should be. So I can see I'm looking at the injuries, and then I follow the path of the projectile until I could actually find the projectile. It's not always easy to find. Sometimes we have to dig a bit deeper. But in this case, it was like in the left abdominal wall. And after which we retrieved it and submitted it as evidence.
Tony must have been introduced this photograph 5 of state 16. What does this show?
That's a projectile.
Is that the one you recovered from?
Yes.
notice the mark that states Exhibit Z for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What letter did you say?
Z.
Z.
Zebra. What is that item?
So this is the envelope with my signature and what the projectile is.
Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the
I
contents?
can. So yes, I do. It's a projectile inside the envelope.
And what is it?
A projectile.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from Ms. Owens's body?
It is.
This time state would move Z as in zebra into evidence as 17.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection, Z will be in evidence as states number 17.
Except for the injury to her right wrist and the gunshot wound, did you see any other evidence of fresh trauma to Ms. Owens's body?
There was none.
Was a toxicology screen done on Ms. Owens?
Yes, one was performed.
And what are you looking for when you do that?
So we're looking for any drugs or substances in the body.
What were the results of that toxicology screen?
Her screen was completely negative.
Completely negative, meaning no alcohol, no drugs, nothing in her system.
Correct.
Are you anticipate being paid for your time here today, correct?
Correct.
In any work that you've done to prepare for trial?
Correct.
What do you charge an hour?
For criminal cases, 300 per hour.
And about how many hours have you devoted to this case since you left the medical examiner's office?
So, including trial prep, doing my own, and including driving here, which is about like 2 hours each way. So it's probably around 5.5 to 6 hours.
And when you worked for the medical examiner's office and actually performed the autopsy, you were getting paid because you were a state employee through your salary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now that you left, you're entitled to be paid for the time since you've left.
Yes, correct.
Fair enough. Thank you, Doctor. No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Before we have cross-examination, I want to remind everybody in the courtroom, your phone needs to be off. Unless you're a member, a credentialed member of the media. Please do not text from the courtroom. If I see you texting from the courtroom or appearing to be texting from the courtroom, your phone's going to be seized and returned to you at the end of the session. Just fair warning to everybody, okay? Cross-examination. Sure.
Judge, I had a couple other questions before we commit.
Yes, sir?
Could you determine the cause of death in this case?
I did.
What was it?
So the cause of death was a gunshot wound of the torso.
What was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir, thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good
Nice to
morning.
see you again.
Likewise.
Ms. Owens was 35 years old when she passed away, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And based on the autopsy that you did on her, she was well-developed and well-nourished when she passed, right?
Correct.
She seemed healthy and strong based on your autopsy, is that right?
Yes, she was.
She weighed 293 pounds at autopsy, right?
Yes,
Which means that that's what she weighed when she passed away, right?
correct.
And she was 5'7" at autopsy, right?
Yes.
Now, you have no idea what caused the abrasion to her right hand, is that right?
So I'll say it's a blunt force injury. So something, I guess it's some kind of blunt force trauma, or maybe like her striking a hard surface or something else striking her.
The trajectory of the gunshot wound was downward, is that right?
Yes, it was.
And the projectile entered her body in her right chest,
Yes,
and it traveled from right to left, is that right?
correct,
In a downward angle.
correct.
There's no way that you can tell us if the projectile going through the ribs and organs it went through, whether that influenced the trajectory, correct?
It could, the rib is a bone, so it could slightly change the angle of the projectile.
But you can't tell us with any amount of certainty.
Correct,
You can tell us that Miss Owens was most likely in an upright position when she was shot, but nothing else in regard to her positioning, is that right?
correct.
And you cannot tell us if she was right or left or anything like that, correct?
I can't.
Now, because there was a door between the gun and Miss Owens, you can't tell us how far the gun was from Miss Owens, is that right?
I cannot.
Not without looking at the door, right?
Correct.
And you haven't looked at the door,
I
correct?
have not.
You testified that the manner of death is homicide, right?
Yes, I did.
And the term homicide and the way you are using it is a medical term, not a legal term, correct?
Correct.
In the medical community, homicide refers to a death occurring by the hands of another, right?
It is.
So in other words, by saying homicide in this case, you are saying that someone else shot Ms. Owens, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't suicide or anything like that, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer legally if a manslaughter occurred, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer legally if a crime occurred, correct?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer if legally this occurred because an individual was acting in self-defense, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer if legally this occurred because an individual was standing their ground, correct?
Correct.
Punching, kicking, and/or hitting another individual with fists and other parts of the body can cause great bodily harm, is that right?
Repeat that question.
Anytime punching, kicking, and/or hitting another individual with fists and other parts of the body can cause great bodily harm, right?
It can.
Especially if the person being hit has medical infirmities and is older, correct?
It can. It depends.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Need to redirect?
No questions, Your Honor.
She excused?
She is.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you ever solve the issue of the screen? I just want the record to reflect what was on the screen. There was nothing objectionable on the screen. It was just basically a blank screen with a state logo. So I turned it off, but there's nothing on there other than a blank screen and a logo. And that was it, a state logo. So just so the record's clear, I'm ready whenever you are.
Jamie Williamson.
And then I have why. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'll get it later.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jamie Williamson.
And where are you employed, Ms. Williamson?
I'm employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center.
How long have you been employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been employed there since January of 2008.
What is your position at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Currently, I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst in the Firearms section.
What are your duties as a senior crime laboratory firearms analyst?
I do microscopic comparisons of fired ammunition components, so fired bullets, cartridge cases, shot shells. I compare them to each other, as well as to if I have a firearm, I can test fire that for operability and to make test fires that I can compare those test fires to anything collected from an evidence.
How long-
From a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. How long have you been in that role at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been a senior analyst, excuse me, since October of 2022, and I've been an analyst in the firearms section since March of 2018.
Can you briefly describe to the jury your educational background, ma'am, and your training experience for your position in Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I have a bachelor's in cellular molecular biology, and I have my master's in criminal justice. I began my career with FDLE, or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, in January of 2008 in the firearms section. I was a forensic technologist, where my primary duties were testing firearms for functionality, just making sure they worked. And then I could enter said test fires into what is called the NIBIN database. It's basically an electronic database that holds all these images of fired cartridge cases, and it can connect, other crimes to each other. So it's an investigative tool. And I was in that role until July of 2009, when I was promoted to crime laboratory analyst in the crime scene section with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And then I was in that role until I made the change to a laboratory analyst in the firearms section in March of 2018, where I began my training, and it was an 18-month program where it was a lot of readings, a lot of hand-on trainings and practicals, oral assessments, written assessments, and then once I successfully completed that phase with an oral board, then I went to about 6 months of supervised casework conducted under a certified analyst in that section, and then that was successfully completed with a mock trial in October of 2019.
Thank you, ma'am. As an analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do you have to undergo proficiency testing in your position?
Yes, every year.
Have you passed that proficiency testing?
Every year, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Have you ever testified previously in the state of Florida in the field of firearms identification?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 20.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender this witness as someone who's authorized to give opinion testimony in the field of firearms identification.
Any cross-examination of voir dire?
No questions, Your Honor.
I'll allow her to testify in a form of opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you receive any evidence in this case, Ms. Williamson?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 14. Ms. Williamson, if you could please take a look at that and let me know if you received this item of evidence and your involvement in this case.
Am I allowed to open it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, I recognize this.
Yes, ma'am, and if you could please describe to the jury again what that is.
This white box contains a .380 auto caliber pistol and 2 magazines, as well as a tape-sealed manila envelope containing my agency test fires. I recognize this item because this yellow sticker here is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's barcode. This is how we basically keep electronic chain of custody through our laboratory. It has our unique case number on it, as well as my handwriting is on the exterior of the package and on all the items inside the box.
Thank you. So you received this item of evidence. Did you do any type of examination on that firearm, the Remington 380?
Yes, I not only did a visual examination to ensure that it would be safe to fire, and I did a physical exam, and then I actually did test fire this pistol.
You test fired the pistol there at your laboratory?
Yes.
What type of ammunition did you use for the test fire?
In this case, I used, it was a Remington brand. It was a .380 auto caliber, because that's what the pistol is, and it had a full metal jacket projectile.
Ma'am, when you test fired the Remington 380 pistol, there states item 14, did the firearm function as designed?
Yes, it did.
So the firearm was fully operable?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to give you another piece of evidence, ma'am. This is State's Exhibit 11. If you could please take a look at that as well. Did you receive that item of evidence, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
All right, and if you could just describe to the jury again what that is.
Yes, this is a fired .380 auto caliber cartridge case that I received as my item number 3, And again, it has that FDLE barcode, it has my handwriting on the outside of the package, as well as my handwriting on the actual cartridge case.
Now, ma'am, that cartridge case, if you could just explain to the jury kind of what a cartridge case is and how it is involved in the firing of a pistol.
Yes, so an unfired round of ammunition is actually called a cartridge. An everyday person might call it a bullet, but it's actually called a cartridge. And the cartridge contains a projectile, or the bullet, contains gunpowder. It has a primer that contains the initiation system to fire that round. And the cartridge case is the metal area that actually houses the gunpowder, and the bullet sits inside of it. So during the firing process, the firing pin of the firearm will strike the primer, which starts that whole process of igniting the gunpowder. The gunpowder then creates all this pressure inside the cartridge. The cartridge case will obturate or expand inside the chamber of the firearm, which then causes the pressure to expel the bullet out of the barrel of the firearm, and then making the firearm, in this case a semi-automatic pistol, unlock, open, which extracts and ejects the fired cartridge case, throws it somewhere on the ground, usually, as the bullet is exiting the barrel, and then the slide returns to a closed position. And this all happens in like a fraction of a second.
So the empty cartridge case, there you have it, States Exhibit 11, that's what's ejected from the firearm when you fire a round.
Correct.
Now, did you examine that shell casing, States Exhibit 11, for any purpose in your analysis?
Yes, I did a visual exam just to determine if it had these firing marks, as well as doing a microscopic comparison.
Right. And what was your goal in that type of microscopic analysis to see from the shell casing?
Yes, so after I test fired the pistol that I received, I microscopically examined my test fires that I created in-house, and I compare those to each other, because I test fire the pistol twice, and I compare those test fires to each other just to get an idea of how this firearm marks the ammunition. And then once I complete that, then I can microscopically compare the test fires from the pistol to any evidence that I have. And so that's what I did here, using using a comparison microscope, which has two stages where I can mount two separate items of evidence, but visualize them through one singular ocular bridge. And I can use like a crosshair that I can basically go from side to side and, look up at any correspondence that there is to each other.
Now, did you determine that the shell casing you received in item 11 was able to be compared to the test fire shell casings that you fired there at your laboratory?
Yes, I did.
And now, did you do any type of comparison, or did you do an analysis to reach an opinion on the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion was that the cartridge case that I received was fired in the pistol.
Okay. So just to clarify, if I may, take this. So this shell casing right here, States Exhibit 11, in your opinion, after your analysis was identified as having been fired from this pistol,
Yes,
States Exhibit 14.
yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, ma'am, I want to give you another piece of evidence in this case, States Exhibit 17. If you could please take a look at that as well.
I recognize that.
Okay. And did you receive that item of evidence in this case, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you perform any type of analysis or examination on that projectile?
Yes, I did.
If you could please just explain to the jury what a projectile actually is.
Yes, the projectile is the part of that cartridge I previously described that actually travels down the barrel of a firearm and is, goes to its intended target or wherever. The projectile is also called a bullet.
Now, when you did an examination of the projectile, what was your goal of that examination of that projectile?
The examination, I began by measuring it. I can measure the diameter of it, and I weigh it, and it gives me an idea of the caliber class that it belongs to. I also put it on my microscope and look at what's called lands and grooves that are created during the firing process. These lands and grooves are what are inside the barrel of a firearm. They are basically helical grooves that are cut out of a barrel of a firearm that creates a twist, a spin to the bullet as it travels. So imagine if someone like me throws a football, it's going to go all over the place. And then somebody like Tom Brady has a beautiful spin. And so that's what that rifling does. It creates that spin so the projectile doesn't yaw all over the place. So I'm looking at those lands and grooves. I make note of the direction of them because some firearms twist to the left, some twist to the right. Some have larger lands and grooves, some have smaller, some have 6, some have 5, some have 10. So I'm making note of all of these things because that's what's called class characteristics, and I know whether or not to even compare it to a suspect firearm.
So you examined that projectile that you received right there on the podium.
Yes.
You also said you test fired the pistol in your laboratory. Did you collect those projectiles from when you test fired the pistol?
Yes, because I test fire in a giant water tank, so that way I can easily remove the projectiles from the water and examine those.
Now, did you do any type of comparison analysis between that projectile that you received in State 17 and the test fired projectiles you did in your laboratory?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was kind of the conclusion of your analysis?
After doing a microscopic comparison, I came to the conclusion that this bullet was fired from that pistol.
So just to clarify, Ms. Williamson, it's your opinion that this projectile in State's Exhibit 17 was fired from this pistol?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Williamson.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Good morning.
The capacity of the 2 magazines that you analyzed was 6, right, for each?
Yes,
And you did not do ejection pattern analysis on the firearm, is that right?
correct, I do not.
FDLE just doesn't have that, doesn't have ejection pattern analysis at all, right?
Correct, we don't do that.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions? Thank you, Your Honor.
No further questions.
She excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused, ma'am. Have a nice day. Thank you. Next witness, please.
State calls Detective Ryan Stiff.
You need a board.
Yes.
Is that you, woman? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
Good morning. My name is Ryan Stiff, and I'm a detective with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
6.5 years,
And how long have you been a detective with them?
4 years.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis as a detective?
In our major crimes unit, I investigate mostly violent crimes such as robberies, homicides, but also missing persons cases, suspicious deaths also.
Did you become the lead detective on this case of State of Florida versus Susan Lorincz?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how was it that you became the lead detective as opposed to another detective?
Yes, sir, I was the on-call that week, so we break up our rotation between the detectives, and basically if there's a crime or a call that requires major crime response, that detective would respond and become the lead investigator.
Let me direct your attention to June 2nd of 2023. Did you respond to the scene of this shooting in this case?
Yes, sir.
What was going on when you arrived?
When I arrived, There were multiple deputies on scene. They had secured the residence at number 3 apartment with yellow caution tape. There was a deputy who had started a crime scene log, and there were multiple residents of the area that were out and about at the time.
Was Susan Lorincz still on scene?
Yes.
Where was she located?
She was in the back of a patrol vehicle.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
Yes, sir. She's wearing a purple sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
Also reflect?
Did you determine her date of birth?
I'm sorry?
Did you determine the defendant's date of birth?
Yes, I did.
What was it? Or what is it? You don't
I'm
remember?
not sure.
Do you have your
Offhand.
report handy?
Yes, I do.
Would it refresh your memory if you could take a look at your report?
I believe I just have the narrative here, so I don't know if I have her date of birth
That's okay.
on it.
Did you come to learn that Ms. Lorincz had a cell phone in her possession?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you eventually take possession of the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Where was the cell phone located when you took possession of her? How did you get it?
I took possession from Deputy Stringer, who was on scene.
Showing us the marked States Exhibit R for identification. You take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is packaging containing an Apple iPhone with my initials.
Can you open it up, look inside,
Yes,
and
sir.
recognize the contents?
All right. Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's an Apple iPhone that I collected from the scene.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes, sir, it is
This
appeared
time
to
state
be.
would move R into evidence as 18.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So that objection states R will be in evidence as number 18.
What did you do with the phone after you took possession of it?
I took it back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office where it was placed into a secure digital forensics lab.
At some point, was the phone provided to forensic analyst Jesse Newbanks with the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
When was that done?
Once we responded back to the major crimes unit inside the sheriff's office.
And what was the purpose of handing the phone over to Jesse Newbanks?
I plan to generate a search warrant for the contents of that phone.
And was that search warrant eventually granted, giving you or another individual from the sheriff's office the ability to go into that phone and extract data?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any involvement in that extraction process?
No, I did not.
I asked you a few minutes ago the defendant's date of birth. If I gave you a copy of the entire report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Remember her date of birth?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
July 23rd, 1964. Thank you.
At some point, was the defendant transported from the scene to the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
Was she interviewed there?
yes, sir.
Where was that interview done?
It was conducted at the major crimes unit within the central operations complex of the sheriff's office.
Who was present during the interview?
It was myself and Detective Kip Peterson.
And what does Detective Peterson do?
At the time, he was a detective within the major crimes unit.
Was the defendant under arrest at the time she was being interviewed?
No, sir.
Was the interview both audio and video recorded?
Yes, it
Was
was.
the entire interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Did you read the defendant what are called Miranda warnings prior to asking her any questions about the case?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Miranda warnings are a set of instructions typically read by law enforcement to someone who's in custody before any questioning. Basically making sure that they understand that they are free to not speak with us and to have counsel present before any questioning.
Did she agree to waive those rights and provide an interview to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you force her or threaten you in any way to get her to talk to you?
No, sir.
Did you promise her anything in order to get her to talk to you?
No, sir.
Showing mark the state's exhibit S is in Sam. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir.
What is that disc? What's on it?
This disc contains the video and audio recorded interview on June 3rd of 2023.
And have you reviewed that disc?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the relevant portions of her interview that you conducted with her on the 3rd of June?
It does.
And how do you know you watched that disc?
My initials and ID number are present from where I initialed it.
This time, Your Honor, the state would move state's S as in Sam into evidence as 19.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
I'll recognize the previous objections. I'll overrule them. It'll be in evidence in state's number 19.
I'm also showing you state's exhibit T as in Tom. Have you prepared transcripts of that interview?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did you listen to the disc with the interview at the same time reading transcripts?
Yes, sir.
Are the transcripts accurate as far as what's on that disc?
Yes, sir, they are.
This time, Your Honor, I'd request to publish the interview and provide the jury transcripts pursuant to the court's ruling.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen carefully to some instructions I'm going to give you before the videos are played. One of them I've already given you, but I'll give it to you again. Members of the jury, you are about to view or listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way. It must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. You are about to hear and watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ryan Stith, Detective Kip Peterson, and Detective Daniel Pinder to Susan Lorincz. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officer, or in this case, police officers, as true, but only to establish the context of Susan Lorincz's reaction and responses. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence. The transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read on the in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Did you initial the transcripts and David also?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
May I have access to
Yes, sir. I- Let me know when you're ready to actually put it on. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you need the volume up or down, please give me the up or down signal.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I was sitting here because I was freezing.
Oh, it is chilly in here, isn't it? Susan?
Yes,
Hey, I'm Detective Stitt. This is Detective Peterson.
okay.
Can we just get you to slide that chair back over here just a moment? I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. We just had a lot, we had to sort through before we could come and talk to you. So again, I'm Detective Stitt. I'm an investigator here with the Sheriff's Office. Could you give me your, spell your name for me? Is it
It's
Susan?
Susan, S-U-S-A-N,
And do you have a middle name?
Louise, L-O-U-I-S-E,
And your last name?
Lorincz, L-O-R-I-N, C as in cat, Z as in zebra,
Thank you. And what's your date of birth? Susan?
7/23/64,
And your address?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane, Ocala, Florida, 34476.
And you live in an apartment
Yes.
number
Three.
3?
Mhm.
Thank you. What's a telephone number for you?
352-777-5909.
5909?
Mhm.
Okay. So, do you know reason why we're,
Oh, absolutely.
okay. So, did the deputies like put handcuffs on you or
Yes.
anything with it? Because there's a lot of things going on and we're trying to sort through the moving pieces to try to figure out what happened. So naturally, they want to secure
Understood.
the scene in that, under that circumstance and then, to handcuff you. So we're working this investigation and at this point, you're not free to leave, so I have to make you aware of your rights, okay, before we talk. So I have to read this to you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I'm trying to clarify all the events that happened tonight and to try to, because really I only have, statements from people that were out there, and I would like to get your side of things and try to understand what exactly happened tonight, or last night now, I guess it is.
Good clarity. Basically, the neighbors were out there screaming, yelling, the kids were running back and forth, I had a miserable headache, went inside, laid down, they finally got quiet, I came outside and the 3 boys were there. I'm like, guys, you're trespassing, come on, go out of here. And he's like, I want this and I want that and fuck you and fuck this. I'm like, oh, okay, little big kids, because they're all really young. And
So you say you came out and they were...
I wanted to check my truck. Every time I had my truck on one side, the kids would throw the balls and hit the truck.
Okay.
So I moved the truck to the other side, then they moved themselves to the other side, and they keep just,
Just
hands in the ass.
antagonizing you?
Oh, God,
Yeah.
horribly.
Okay, so when you said that you came outside and they were there, the 3 boys were there, where were they at?
They're right in front of, that little cove that's
Like
there.
the privacy fence?
They were right there, right in
Okay.
front.
Inside the privacy fence, like
No.
on your patio or
No, they were
outside?
just right outside.
Okay.
And I'm like, guys, come on, leave. Because I wanted to check the truck and everything. And then they were like, I'm gonna tell my mom, I'm like, go tell your mom, I don't care, And,
Have you had problems with them before?
oh my God, yes. They've been harassing me last week. They came out they were actually in the vestibule, the area. And they were like, wake up, wake up. I was watching TV. I'm like, really, seriously? Because, after a nice long shift, that's just when I want to hear these little run.
How long have you lived there?
3 years,
3 years?
Mhm.
Okay. And how long have you been having problems with them?
like 2 years.
2 years?
Ever since she went.
Is it just those same 3, or do you have problems with any, does anyone else give you problems?
They want to play on that part where Charles Owens and the other part. And I'm like, guys, come on. give me
Which
some-
part is that? I'm not sure, I don't know who Charles is.
Charles is 11. So there's, and one of the cops came out and said, oh, it's an open lot. It's not an open lot. It's an abutment of 2 properties. I'm like, guys, come on, give me some peace, because in my apartment, there's sliding glass doors, and then I have the 2 bedrooms up front, and because it's an open concept, just you can hear everything.
Sounds travel
And
right
it's
through.
horrible, and I'm like, go play on the other side. We don't want to play on the other side, we want to play over here. I'm like, oh, good gravy, and so they just, every time they see me, they get together and scream and yell.
They live in the same building?
No, none of them live there. I was gonna say, one set of kids lives there, but the other sits on the other side. They go play on your side of the road, come on.
Okay, so they were being obnoxious out there tonight,
Oh,
and they finally got quiet, but then you go outside and the 3 of them are out
Yeah,
there?
and I didn't wanna go any further because he's like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, what in the world?
Who said that?
Ajake's kids.
Okay, so who is it?
Ajike, I think her name is.
Okay.
She actually had thrown a sign at me before. She picked up the no trespassing sign and just threw it at me. She's like, here, take your fucking sign. I'm like, it's not mine, it's Charles. He doesn't want you guys here. So it's just, she's been in my mailboxes. She sends the kids in the mailboxes.
When did she throw a sign at you?
I want to say last year, just after I had my neck fused. I'm like, oh, good gravy.
What kind of sign? Like one of the ones you buy at the store, like a plastic, like on the
It was a
fence?
metal sign with a little metal, like a real estate sign. But it had no trespassing, so it was
big?
about that by that. And yeah.
Is it the same one that was out there tonight,
No,
or
it was
is it different?
Mhm.
Okay.
They stole that sign.
So what happened tonight that led to the conclusion that?
Well,
that
I'm like, kids, go home. So they go home, and then all of a sudden, she comes out, and she is just banging on my door. I'm like, go away. I'm not dealing with you tonight. And then she started banging so hard, everything started shaking. And I'm like, you really need to leave. And then she, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And she's just banging away. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And since she has actually harmed me, I'm like, this just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm like, I don't know what to do with her. And she banged so hard, it looked like my door was gonna fly off. And I panicked. And I was like, oh my God, she's really gonna kill me this time, And so I don't even actually remember picking up the gun. I just remember shooting.
Where do you keep the gun usually?
It's in my bedroom.
That's
So,
where you keep
yeah,
it,
I
like
keep
in
it in
a,
bedroom.
in a cabinet or something, or just like,
It's just, I actually keep it in the trash can
okay.
next to the bed.
I know nobody would look in there probably, right?
And I didn't think about it, and I'm like, oh my God, and I just started panicking, and I really feared for my life. I mean, honest to God, I was like, oh Jesus Christ, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm not supposed to be getting nervous or anything like this because I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery. And so they're like, just you're supposed to stay calm, you're not supposed to do anything, and this woman just keeps antagonizing me, and she's got the kids calling me, and I'm like, I'm a doctoral degree. Do not talk to me like I am one of your peers.
So they don't really have any respect for
No
her.
respect.
Yeah. So AJ, she came to your door
Oh, yeah.
and she was,
Pounding on it. I was like, what the hell? My cat's going to fling it.
what was
in
she
the bed.
saying? Was she
She's
saying
like,
anything?
You don't talk to my sons. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, and I was like in tears. I'm like shaking, and I'm like, oh my God. And I thought she had gone away, and then she starts banging again. I'm like, oh shit.
Did she like try to come inside?
She was trying as hard as she could.
And what do you mean?
That door was moving, and I'm like, holy shit,
Like, did she try the door handle, or was she just beating on it to try to push it in, or what?
She was just, just trying to push it in, and I was like, oh my God.
You just let you know it's back.
Okay. So what was she saying again?
She's like, you can't talk to my sons that way. I'm like, you're trespassing,
So you were communicating with her through the door? You were
Yeah,
able
and I'm
to-
like, all right, just leave. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. And I didn't think too much of it until she really started pounding that door. And I'm like, oh my God. Then I got scared, like terrified scared.
Now, you had initially called,
Because it was.
did you call 911, or
Yeah,
did you
I-
use the non-emergency number when you called?
When the first time, because the kids said, I'm going to kill you, and my friends kill you, I'm like, oh my God, what the hell's going on now? I'm like, I don't need this aggravation.
Okay. So you called, was it 911?
Yeah, I called 911.
Okay. And that was, before, HI came over?
Before she
Okay.
came over.
And the kid, okay, so we get like, as the deputies are responding, the call taker's talking to you, they're putting information that you're telling them into the computer, which goes to us as we're going out there. So on that call notes, there's never any mention of you saying that they said that they're gonna kill you. It was more or less that they're harassing you, that
Oh, no, I told the lady that they
Okay.
said they were gonna kill me.
okay,
No, I was very specific when I spoke.
okay. Now, did you see who was out there at that time?
I just knew it was Ajike by her voice, because she's screamed at me before, you know, like, and I'm like, oh, great, it's her again, you know. And I just, like I said, I just panicked, and I just got so frightened. I was like, oh my God, she's really gonna do it this time, she's gonna kill me.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when you fired the gun?
No. I thought that the kids went, and I was like, all right, I'll go check my truck in the morning. I didn't even leave, you know, I just went back in the house and locked the doors.
So, but you had already contacted 911?
Yeah.
Did they advise you that someone was responding, an
Yes,
officer
they
was
did.
responding?
They said someone's
Okay.
coming out, and they said lock the doors, you know, make sure you don't go outside. I'm like, okay, you know, usual.
Okay. And where were you at when she was pounding on the door? Were you?
I was actually in the bathroom.
You were in the bathroom. I haven't been inside, so how does it, like when you go in through the front door?
It's all open, so
Okay.
you can see kind of the bathroom right from the front door,
Okay.
so.
And you were still able to hear her?
Oh,
She
oh
was
my
able to
God,
hear
yes.
you, that you know, as far as you know?
I don't know if she was able to hear me. I mean, she was just screaming for all she was worth. I'm like, stop, 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 you know, and just, she wouldn't stop. And, you know, just like a dick.
What else was she saying besides what you told me? Was she saying anything else?
She was just, some of it was unintelligible,
Okay.
so she was just ranting.
So I noticed there's, you have a couple cameras in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And are those like Ring cameras or Arlo
They're
or?
bling,
Blink?
blink.
Okay.
Then I have the one at the door, but when it gets dark out, they don't pick up anything, which sucks.
Do they record sound though, or
I
like,
have no
is it
idea.
all motion where it only records when it captures
only-
motion?
Yeah, when it captures motion.
Okay. But those are working cameras?
I don't know if the door bell picked anything up. You can look at it and stuff.
Is that through your phone that you were able to review that, or computer, or how do you?
phone.
Through your phone? Okay,
But I don't think it picked it up because I didn't get a ding.
okay. So, but prior to her coming over there, and banging on your door, because we talked to a lot of people that were out there at the time, and there was some statements given to us that you had taken a tablet or picked up a tablet that was
No,
on the
sir.
ground?
Absolutely not,
No?
no.
Okay.
That,
Is it one of the older ones?
yeah.
Okay. And what was the deal with the roller skate? Because again, we talked to a lot of people who were outside and kind of witnessed some of
They
this.
keep leaving all their toys around. The other day, I almost killed myself going out. I had an early morning doctor's appointment, and I didn't see the roller skate, and I almost killed myself. I'm like, guys, you know, stop already. This is not your garbage yard.
Mhm.
You know, and the kid's got his roller skates there, and I'm like, really, take your roller skates. I threw the roller skates. I'm like, go fetch them. You know, just enough, because.
Did you throw it at them?
Oh,
or?
God, no.
Okay.
No, I just.
And what is
threw-
the thing about the umbrella? You have an umbrella?
I thought it was raining before, and I walked out and it wasn't raining. I'm like, okay. So.
And you like swung it at them or so, or one of them?
I wasn't even close. I was still inside the vestibule. So,
How can we explain that then with people saying, like multiple people that weren't like talking to each other, that if they were saying that that's what they saw?
maybe I did step out and I'm like, guys, go away, but I would never touch them.
Okay.
You know,
Maybe like swat at them with it, but not.
exactly.
Okay.
If I did it, it was probably because I was just so, you know, like, come on. Get
But
away,
I
get
know,
away.
at least say if you did, but is that what happened? I mean, we gotta kind of get specific about this because it's big, it's a big deal.
I understand that.
Someone's dead.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So that's why I say it's important to be specific and honest about everything. So.
It was only because she was pounding at my door, and I, honest to God, thought she was gonna come in.
Okay. So we have, over in our communication center, they're putting together, because all the calls that come into 911 are audio recorded, and there were several people, even before, who were recording and getting audio of exactly what's being said, not to mention if your camera's captured anything, okay? So that's why I'm like asking you before we go through that, and if something is different than what you're telling me, we need to clear that up now, because if it, you know what I mean, if the evidence shows something different than what you're saying, it doesn't look good, and I want to be open and honest with you. So
I
that
just know that she was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of me.
Okay,
You know?
but is there any reason why, if we review that evidence, she wasn't saying, "I'm going to kill you"?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I honestly got heard. You know, it's just what I heard.
Okay. Did you ever look out the door to see? And I know you said you kind of recognized her voice. So.
I never looked out the door.
Okay.
I was afraid to get to my door, to be brutally honest. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust it in and she's gonna...
Where were you standing when you shot the gun? And you said you shot the gun
Oh, yeah.
through the door?
Yeah, through the door.
Okay.
I just panicked. It was probably at the kitchen table somewhere.
Okay, by the kitchen table.
Mhm.
And how many times did you shoot the gun?
Once.
Just once? What kind of gun is it?
It's a Remington 380.
Is that the only firearm you have in the house?
No, there was a 22 Ruger.
Where's that one at?
I don't know. I don't know if I picked it up or not. I have no idea. Maybe the garbage can.
And after you fired the round, what did you do?
She said, ow, and I'm like, oh my God, I hit her. It just, clicked, I hit her. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I thought I just, nicked something. I never ever.
And what did you go out there?
No.
You didn't go out there?
No.
Did you call 911 back?
Yes, I did call 911.
Okay. And what did you say?
And I said, she was pounding on my door and I shot my gun. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
Okay.
And she was threatening me, and she was saying, I'm gonna kill you. So,
So it's a Remington 380?
Mhm.
Is it a revolver or
No,
a semi-automatic?
it's a pistol, it's semi-automatic.
What color is the Remington?
Black.
Black. And that's your firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, we're trying to get to, and there's always two sides, right?
Mhm.
And when there's the truth is somewhere usually lying in the middle somewhere. And I'm not trying to discredit what you're telling me, and I understand your concerns about, this is your area. You want to be able relaxed and not have to worry about all this
Riprap.
basically, yeah. But unfortunately, we can't get the other side from Ajike.
Ajike, I think her name
Jake.
is. It's Ajike.
Right. But we can't ask her side, right? So then we have to go by other people who may have seen or heard things, video, 911 call recordings and things like that.
Telling you what I know.
So, is it feasible to say that this is just got to a boiling point for you that you couldn't take it anymore? And because
No.
again, if
This was
listen, if
absolutely
this stuff
terrible.
happened in the past,
Mhm.
I get it, but we're talking about a specific event tonight where she didn't make it a point that she was trying to come in. She was trying to get your attention to say, apparently, to stop throwing things at her kids, whether you actually, I know, listen, kids can lie, I get it. And I'm just saying, whether that actually happened or not, that's what she believed, because that's what she was told by her one of her sons. So she was coming over there to, I mean, does that ring a bell of her telling you not to be throwing things? No? What
Not that I-
specific words do you recall that she said?
I
that
just
you-
remember her saying, "Don't talk to my sons that way, and I'm gonna fucking kill you." I mean, that's what I heard. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
And you're sure when you were on the phone with 911, you told them that she said that?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I mean, if someone was, the reason why I ask is because, like, if someone, let's say I'm not a police officer, or, you know, right, and I'm just at my house and someone's, like, beating on my door saying, I'm gonna kill you or I'm gonna fucking kill you, oh my God. They're banging on my door, they're saying they're gonna kill me. Like, that's a very fear-provoking statement when you know, if you're in a legitimate fear that someone's gonna come through your door and kill you, if you're already on the phone.
I wasn't on the phone though, I was in the bathroom when she
You
started.
were on the phone with 911?
No, I was already off the phone with 911.
Okay, so she had already maybe made that statement before you even called.
So the second time,
Anytime.
I was gonna say the second time, when I called, she had already said it,
Okay.
so.
But the second time you called was after you had fired the
Yes.
gun? Okay. So,
And maybe I misunderstood it, because what my understanding was before I had to walk out of the room was that when she was knocking on your door,
It wasn't enough.
the way,
Sorry.
I understand, you said that it got worse, like so I'm starting off with
No,
and
she
then we're
never-
gonna get
No,
harder.
she started off banging on that door, and it was, you know.
But during that initial time is when you had said before that she had made the statement that, you know, she was gonna kill you.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just,
No, it's important that we learn the details, so that way, as we gather and collect evidence, the details are what help us piece that together so we can see the big picture, right? I'll tell you that even as law enforcement officers, if we make a decision to, you know, use deadly force against someone, we have to sit and explain the same way with details. I did this because of this, making me feel like this, right? We're just trying to understand the details of what happened from your point of view, so as we gather our evidence, we can.
understood.
does anyone else live with you, Susan?
No.
Okay. How long have you owned your firearm, or firearms, or any firearm really?
Trying to think about the Remington, maybe a year ago.
Okay. And was it just for personal, like protection,
Yes, it
personal
was-
protection?
yeah,
Do you carry it with you if
No.
you go out, just
No.
for home?
Only if I take it to the range.
Okay. Do you do that often, or how often do you think that you've shot at the range?
Probably 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
I used to be terrified of firearms. And then when the first time she threw the things at me and she was just so horrible to me, I'm like, I had just had neck surgery and I'm like, she could have really killed me, you know? And I just was like, oh dear God, she was just violent.
So, your door is kind of like, probably not wood or whatever, but you can't really see through it. There's no
No.
windows or anything like that. And I know your sliding door is a little further over, but something that he mentioned, you know, as far as our training, when we have to go through making a judgment decision where we might have to pull the trigger, we have to know what we're firing at is a deadly threat, or what we recognize as a deadly threat. So my question is, how do you know what you're firing at when you're firing through a door that you can't see through, when you don't know if there's also a child outside standing there, Or, I mean, basically I'm asking you, what were you aiming at and what were you intending to do when you fired that gun?
I was just fearful of my life, and I was just like, go away, go away. That's all I could think was just get out of the situation, you know, just go away already. And,
But when you fire through a door that's closed, was it locked?
yes, it was locked.
Okay. And, you know, you said you're in the bathroom, which I understand you said it's kind of an open floor concept in there. So it's kind of open, but I'm assuming there's walls around the bathroom, you've got a door, you can close it. I'm not saying that you're within your right, you're in your house, you don't have to do that. But if I'm looking at a door that's secured and whether someone's banging on it or not, law enforcement's already on the way. At what point do you, you know,
The door is broken.
the door's broken?
That whole side panel, people have, she's pounded on it more than once, and he fixed it, but when everything started rattling so much, I was like, oh my God, she's gonna bust through it,
Okay.
you know?
So it's broken right now, or it was broken before and then the landlord fixed it?
He didn't, cherry rigged it. He put screws through it so that the centerpiece was supposed to stay in there, but she was pounding it so hard, I mean, everything was just rattling, and I'm like, oh my God, it sounded like a horse kick. It
So
was so loud.
one thing that I think my partner was trying to get at, and I don't know that I actually heard an answer to the question. When you're inside the house and she's on the other side of a door that you can't see through and she's pounding on the door, you make the conscious decision to aim your gun at the door and fire one round, right? Just one round?
Yes.
Fire one round. Were you trying to hit her, or were you trying to scare her off? Were you trying to make a loud noise to say like, hey, I got a fucking gun, get away from my door? Or were you
I was never intending to hit her. I just thought, I thought I hit really high, you know, I was just like, kind of, you know, it's the first time I ever really used it, where I was, you know, like.
not on a paper target?
Exactly, I was like, oh my God, so I was shaking. I mean, I was just so distraught at that point in time. I'm like, oh my God, she's really gonna freaking come to my house. And I was just like, all I could think is go away, go away, go away, go away.
Did you mean to, were you aiming for the door?
I just fired the gun, because all I could think of is, I felt like I was in mortal danger. I mean, it's just how I felt.
And what made you, I mean, I know someone's banging on the door, you feel like they could get in, but at that point where nobody had breached or been able to get through that secure door, what made you feel like that was the time that you needed to do that?
I usually have a chair propped up against the door at night.
Okay.
And I didn't have the chair up there, and I didn't have the chain on the door either. So just the one lock was locked. I'm like, oh shit, you know, of all the times that I never.
But before you decided to pull that trigger, you didn't think to try to put the
I wasn't going near the door, because she was actually physically moving the door. You know, like you could see the door moving. I'm like, oh dear God.
So the thing is, and again, I can 100% sympathize with being fed up with that kind of harassment and that kind of disrespect. But also someone lost their life last night, right? No?
I absolutely feared for my life.
So this is,
This was an absolute, it's either me or her. I mean, it's just like, I'm like, holy shit.
But did you see her with a gun or another weapon or anything like that?
But I don't know what she had on the outside. You know, when my lights were off, you know, so she came up, it was dark out. And I'm like, great, now she's pounding on my door. Now she's scaring the crap out of me. You know, now my door's moving, and I didn't have it properly secured. And the next thing I thought, she was gonna be in my house, you know, killing me. I mean, that's honest to God what I felt. You know, it's not like, you know, I'm fed up or anything. This was a real fear.
But when we first started talking, you said you made it very clear to the 911 call taker that she was threatening to kill you.
Yes, absolutely.
And if that's not on the recording, is there any reason why that's not on the recording?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I said it. So.
Are you just pretty sure she said it as well? That she
Oh,
was
no,
doing it?
absolutely, she said it.
Okay.
She was absolutely, you know.
so the way that I see it is kind of like this. You have two things that you are looking at when you're in your position. You have this fear, this imminent fear of great bodily harm, death, serious injury, right? Imminent fear. Or you have, I'm in my apartment, I'm scared as shit, and I'm trying to scare someone off. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand what the difference between those are?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, do you have this imminent fear that you're about to die? Or do you have this, I'm afraid of what's gonna happen if this person doesn't go away? Does that make sense?
No, I felt like I was in imminent danger.
Okay. How would you define imminent danger? I just want to make sure that you because that's what the actual
Imminent
law.
danger, let's say, someone coming at you with a nice 4-ton truck, straight
Okay.
at you, and, they're swerving with you when you're trying to run away.
Okay. So, someone coming at you and you're this close to danger. Okay.
Now, the first time that you called 911, tonight or last night, at what point did you disconnect from the call? You called about, basically, the kids were in your area and you didn't want them there.
Mhm.
At what point did you disconnect with them?
They hung up with me, they said, someone's on the way, just keep your doors and windows locked, and I said, okay.
But Ajike wasn't there at that point?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long after you disconnected with them did she come over there, do you think?
I honestly thought it was you guys, someone banging on the door like that, because it felt, like really heavy bang bang, a guy doing it, and I was like, okay. Because when it shocked me, I'm like, what the hell? And then she started screaming, and I went, great. And then, it was just weird, because I just thought, she is just so angry, and she's just ranting and pounding, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, from the information I got, she was angry and pounding because she believed that you had either struck or attempted to strike one of her kids with an umbrella and threw roller skates.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, again, I know how kids can be, they're not always very truthful about things. But I didn't have any information provided me out there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we're still going through evidence, and that's an ongoing thing. But nothing that says that she threatened to kill you or that was doing anything more than trying to get you to come to the door. That she wanted you to open the door.
Why would I open my door to this woman? When she has
I wouldn't either. I
when
get
she
it.
has thrown things at me, when
Right.
she has followed me a foot behind me, I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
I mean, she's literally come up, we had words about 2 months ago, and I walked away, I said, all right, whatever. And, I said, I'm sorry, just because I wanted to diffuse it, de-escalate everything. I'm walking away, and she's literally walking 1 foot behind me like she was, I thought, oh my God, she's gonna pound me into the ground.
So, yeah, I mean, that's my question though, is if she wasn't trying to come in, she's just trying to get, and again, I wouldn't come to the door either. If you're beating on my door, wanting to cause something, I'm not answering it. But that's different than trying to bust the door down.
To me, she was
And you
trying to
said that
bust
the door's
door.
already broken, so
Yes.
how hard would it have been for her, because she's kind of a big girl, right? How hard would it have been for her to break that door knowing you're on, you know your door better than I do, but if it's already,
Well, we did put the extra long deadbolt on and everything. I did have the deadbolt on, so I didn't know how long the door was gonna
see,
hold up.
and that's why I'm asking is
So-
because at first it's broken and now it's
So it's not, I don't feel secure. Every night I stick a chair under that door to keep, because I feel like someone's gonna break it in.
When did you install the new deadbolt, or did he did that? Someone else did it?
Yeah, Charles did it.
Okay. How long ago was that?
He just, I'm trying to think when the hell he did it, a few months ago.
And what was the reason for that?
She had pounded on the door once before and found out everything that he had fixed previously, she had cracked apart. And I'm like, oh God. Like I said, it's not the first time.
What did she pound on the door for last time? What happened with that?
I think I had called her kid an idiot or something like that. And like, you see the signs, stop coming over here. And he's like, I can do anything I want. I could just go in. And I'm like, oh my God. You know, it's just.
And what did she do that time? She beat on the door? And
She beat on the door and I'm like, go away.
did you call the police then?
I believe I called the police, and this when, you know, she heard me calling the police, then she went away.
She went away. What was she trying to get you? Was she that
I
time?
have no idea. I have no idea what this woman is thinking. I mean, to me, she's just terrifying at this point in time. You know, I just thought she is not mentally stable, and, you know, every time something happens, oh, it's my children, you know, and, you know, they're 100% little angels, and of course, you know, you're demonized. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But was she trying to get in that time? Or was she just beating on the door and ranting and raving about you calling her son an idiot?
I think she was ranting and raving about me calling him an idiot.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, whatever, you know, go away, you bother me.
Okay.
But at that point in time, I had all the locks on, I had the chair up, you know, like.
Did you get your gun that time?
No. I didn't feel, she wasn't as forceful that time as, you know, this time was, you know, like, oh my God.
And do you think the reason was because she believed that you threw something at her
I
kids?
don't know
or...
I have no idea what she was thinking.
Okay.
I can't even speculate. You know, all I know is she's like, you know, you screamed at my kids, or you know, you said something to them, and then she's like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, fine.
And if your camera does work, do you you're confident that any video would back you up, or and the reason I'm asking that is because this is the time, if there's any discrepancies, to clear that up now, and I'm just trying to be
I don't even know if
forthright
we're
with you
engaged.
on that. What's that?
I don't even know if we're engaged, because the last time she was there at night, I tried to play it and nothing came up, so.
Did you ever know her to carry a weapon or anything?
Dear. But you can't tell who.
No, you never know, that's
I was
right.
gonna say,
We have kids out here running around with firearms and stuff, so, but I guess my question is, what is it that she did that made that an immediate threat to your life that you had to shoot when you did? Or you were gonna be harmed at
I
that
thought she
second?
was coming right through that damn door. I mean, this guy was my witness, I thought that woman was coming through.
What
that
made you
door.
think that she was coming?
Because everything was shaking. I mean, my mirror that was on the wall was shaking. I'm like, how do you shake a, you know, a cement block house? I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I thought, you know.
So she was just beating, like,
Oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
what is your door made out of? Is it like a metal or like a, I'm not sure.
I have no idea. I just was like, well, dear God, you know. I thought I was gonna get my, you know,
How long do you think she was hitting the door?
no, I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds, it could have been, you know, when you get that fear response, and, you know, she banged on it, I was in the bathroom, came out of the bathroom, and she was still banging on it, so I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
And you didn't try to call 911 back at
But my
that
phone
point?
wasn't there. I didn't know where I put my phone.
You don't remember where you
No.
put your phone?
And I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
Okay. So you have an app on your phone that lets you review the video
Yes.
for your surveillance camera? Would you be willing to be able to let us look at that?
I don't have a phone.
Well, no, we have it in the
Alright.
office
Okay.
over here, but
Yeah, good.
let me see what condition the battery's in, and I'll be back in just a
Okay.
moment, okay? Thank you. This is your phone, correct? Is it an Apple iPhone?
Yeah.
There's a passcode attached to it?
It faces.
Faces?
Yeah,
What's there's a numerical to it if you don't have your face?
Yes.
Do you mind providing that?
Yes, I do mind.
You do mind?
I'll open it for you, that's no problem.
Okay.
There's-
So this is a consent to search cellular phone and or other storage media. Okay, this is a form, I just read this to you. I wanna make sure I have your address and everything written down correctly, it's been a long day. The undersigned residing at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane, is that right? Number 3, Ocala, Florida, does hereby authorize Detective Ryan Stitt and or other officers he may designate to assist him to search my cellular phone or their storage media described below, Apple iPhone. This written permission to search without a warrant is given to me, to the above officers freely and voluntarily without any threats or promises having been made. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. If you would sign on that line there, please. Thank you. You said it was a face unlock deal? And you said it's a blink?
Yeah, the blink.
Is that what both of those cameras are? They both blink cameras?
Okay. Let me just-
Is that correct though?
I don't remember if one's blink and one's ring, I have to be brutally honest.
Okay, that's all
The
right.
two up front are blinks.
Okay.
It's gonna be front door.
Oh, so they both are, oh, you have a few of them? Okay. Just can't remember exactly. Do you remember when you called the first time?
I have no idea. That's when the kids were playing, they were so loud in the house.
I think it might have been. I guess it was called.
That's the front. It'll say front door.
Okay. Now, did you delete any videos? No.
No. First time,
I'm sorry?
it's the first time I looked at it since before.
Okay.
That's why I didn't touch it, just let you have it.
So this is the only one, so this usually doesn't capture at night anyway, you
No.
say? Does it normally capture things during the night, like?
Just look at that one and see if it usually just shows up as a dark screen.
Which one?
The yesterday. No, that's when I was recording, I guess.
And that captures a lot of stuff, a lot of activity going on there, I guess.
had my TV on 75. You can
Still
hear them.
getting
Oh my God, they're ridiculous.
Okay. Okay, well,
Did you want to open it again? Did you want to?
no, that's okay.
Okay.
But if it goes the way where you are released, which I said, I don't know, I have to talk to him, I'll be 100% honest. Do you have family or someone that you could stay with if that's the case?
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go get a hotel room. I'm not gonna stay at my place tonight. I'll have to get the cats and take them with me.
Okay. Well, I don't even know if, like, I understand your cat, there's nobody that would be able to go over there or
I
for
wouldn't
you?
want, my sister is a brittle diabetic and she's had amputations. God forbid they saw her and they wanted to do her harm, she can't run. She works with a cane.
Yeah. Okay. All right, is there anything else that you can think of that I didn't ask or that might be helpful for figuring this all out?
I've never been in this situation before. This is all new and it's killing me.
Okay. All right, Susan, give me just a minute. I'll be right with you. So we continue the investigation. I don't think it's safe for you to go back to that house.
I don't think so either.
But what we can do is provide you with a ride back there. You stay in the patrol car. How many cats do you have?
There's 2 cats.
2 cats. Do you drive that truck that's
Yeah,
there?
that's my truck.
We can get the cats. Do you know where the keys are to your truck?
They're in the-
Sure.
For the record, I have all 8 of the jurors' transcripts.
Sure.
So we saw in the interview that the defendant was not arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
Was there still additional interviews and things that you wanted to do as a detective before that decision was made?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the process of obtaining a search warrant that allowed law enforcement to go back into her house, or to go into her house and search for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Because of that, was she able to go back to the house and go inside while you guys were doing that?
No, she wouldn't be.
Once the search warrant was signed and allowing you to go to the house to investigate and look for evidence, did you in fact go back to the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you go inside?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine the door and the door frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any shards of wood, splintered wood on the ground near the door?
No, sir.
Let me direct your attention to several days later. Let me back up. There were the days following the shooting, as a lead detective, did you and other detectives further investigate the case?
Yes, sir.
Did you interview various witnesses and do what detectives do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to several days later on June 6th of 2023. Did you conduct a second interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where was that done?
That was also at the Major Crimes Unit within the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And did the defendant voluntarily come to the sheriff's office to be interviewed?
She was provided with a ride, I believe, yes.
Okay. Who else was involved in that interview?
It was myself and Detective Daniel Pender,
And what does Detective Pender do for the sheriff's office?
and at the time, he was a major crimes detective also.
At the time of the interview, was the defendant under arrest?
No, she was not.
Was the entire interview, the second interview done on June 6th, was it audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Did you again read the defendant Miranda warnings prior to asking her any questions about what happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she again waive those rights and agree to speak with you?
She did.
Did you force her or threaten her in any way to get her to talk to you this second time on June 6th?
No, sir.
Did you promise her anything to get her to talk to you?
I did not.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit U for identification. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It is a video and audio recording of the interview with the defendant on June 6th.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict the relevant portions of your interview that day?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is your initials on it?
It is.
Have you listened to it?
Yes.
This time, State would move you into evidence as State's 20.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
I recognize the previous objections, overrule them. It will be in evidence as states number 20.
Were transcripts also prepared depicting what was said in that interview?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed those transcripts?
I have.
Have you compared the transcripts to the interview to make sure that the transcripts are accurate?
Yes, sir. I have.
Did you also initial and date those transcripts after you were done reviewing them?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, I don't know if the court wants to take a break at this
Yeah, we'll
point.
take a break before you have another video. So we'll take about a 10-minute break, okay, everybody? Remember to put your notebooks down. Please don't discuss the case. Thank you. How long is the next interview?
An hour.
Okay. There's a juror, lunches are here.
Whatever the court wants to do, we could.
Let me check on that, and I'll, let me go check on that.
Yes,
And then I'll come back in just a few minutes and let you know what the schedule's gonna be.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. They remain with the others, but they're not in evidence, they're just part of the record. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll let you know what the situation is regarding the lunches.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, my guess would be, I don't want them sitting for an hour. So my guess would be we'll probably take a lunch break. Because I don't want to run, then we'll just be a little bit early on that, on the other side, which is fine.
Your Honor.
That is why.
Yes.
When I saw it, I was comparing them just.
I don't blame you.
Yeah? Yeah. How old are you? 36. Oh, okay.
You're 36? Remember when we were 36?
No, I don't.
Which is my happy camp. Yeah, I know.
364.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's just as young, kid. You did say 19.
I think he's gonna. Take such a.
Oh, you do?
He just talked about it. Cause he did. Yeah. No. You're gonna do. He was like, sitting on the house or physical. I'm gonna tell you what it was. I don't know. He called. I'm just sitting there. So he said he's gonna check on the lunch. So we'll come back probably about it. Well, and then so if I classify it. Cause I gotta go for all the statements.
I'm not sure.
It'll be right for them to come back.
Did the judge say we're gonna quit after the?
He doesn't know, he's gonna come back if he knows what he wants to do.
Okay. Are y'all calling Rosalie after lunch?
The longer I'm back there, the less I want to go back to patrol. That was my deal, even when I was back in property.
And then that's it for today, I guess.
2 years in property.
Yeah, but it was still.
Right around that 2 years.
Yeah, it'll be good afternoon.
The longer I'm off the road,
We could probably do jury instructions.
I'm 40 now.
That should be real easy since
Yeah, I sent the
we
updated
figured it out. Okay,
corrections.
thank you.
Yeah,
Then we could go right into closing then as well. I know we'll get you in the morning.
like tomorrow. Yeah.
I do miss being able to put my phone down when I'm done with the shift and not look at it again until the next day. It's not fun, but it's part of that.
You're good, sir.
I know. My birthday is Can you tell Susan that after Shayla's not here, because her mom's here? Yeah, her mother-in-law's in the hospice and yeah, because she's 90. But she's gonna call me.
I'll tell her soon.
Yeah, just let her know that, because Shannon was at such good.
We just assembled everybody. We're probably gonna take a lunch break. Lunches are here, we got.
Oh, now I'll take a lunch break?
Yeah, but I wanna bring everyone in, let the juror know, because we got hour worth of video and then cross,
Okay.
so.
It was Shandell Norford.
I got it down, thank you. I thought your name was gonna be on the screen, so I didn't take it down.
We ran it was, but we got it crossed.
Yeah, so I didn't take it down when you said it, so I was like, now it's on the screen. So let's, get ready to bring her back out.
Yeah, I have a copy of my household. It's the joy of having an autistic child.
I said we're gonna break for lunch now.
We're breaking now.
Their lunch is here.
Mr. Buxton and I had just told Mr. Smith and the other attorney that we're probably taking a lunch break because we got
Yes, sir.
an hour worth of video and then cross. By that time, their lunch would be here for probably an hour and
Yes, sir.
15 minutes, and probably not in the best shape those ever in. So I'm just gonna announce that to the jury, and then it's 11 o'clock, and then we'll just break till 12, is that fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanna make sure you got witness, have you let your witnesses know that, or
Yes, after him, we only have one witness, and he's gonna be here at 12:45, so,
12:45?
yes. Because he still has another hour and a half probably testimony.
Yeah, 12:45 be fine, I mean, you got an hour of video,
Yes, sir.
so, whatever is fine with me. So, just so you know, ma'am, just walking out. It wasn't you, the texter.
What was that?
It wasn't you who was texting.
No. Okay.
But there was another person. So. He has a telltale, looking down. Let's bring the jurors back in real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know what we're going to do at this point. It's my understanding from the attorneys, the next video is about an hour long, and then we have cross-examination after that. Your lunch has already been here, it's been here for a few minutes. I don't want you to have to wait, and I don't want your lunch to be sitting here for an hour before you eat it. So we're going to take our lunch break now and get that out of the way, and then we'll resume back right around noon or so. It's my understanding that we're probably going to finish a little bit early today. Hope you have no objection to that. You'll be free to go whenever we're done. We're going to get as many witnesses as we can, but sometimes witnesses have travel plans that we're trying to work with as well. I will let you know we're well on track to get finished on time. And with that, have a very nice lunch, okay? Leave notebooks here. So.
All rise. Court is now back in session.
Have a seat, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. Sometimes happened or something arose right before I walked out the door. Huh? Yes, I did. I worked on that. Yes. And that is been addressed. See Ms. Lawrence back in the courtroom. We'll go back on the record in the state of Florida versus Susan Lorincz. I see Ms. Lawrence back in the courtroom. Everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Anything anyone needs to bring up before we bring the jurors back?
No, sir.
Let's bring them back.
Are you able to increase the volume at all?
Yes. I think I can do it, or I think you can do it. Either way, I can do it. Well, technically, what I can do is increase the volume of the microphones and audio system. I can see if that does it. But, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we had a witness on the stand. Let's recall that person.
Yes, Your Honor. Ryan Stiff.
Did you already give me a transcript or no?
Not yet.
Okay. I was looking for it, but I didn't see it. Guess there's good reason for that. And you want me to reread all the things I've read?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any more questions for him before we play?
No, sir.
Okay. Have a seat, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you again the previous instructions I gave to you regarding recordings, okay? Members of the jury, you are about to view or listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. You are about to hear and watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ryan Stith, Detective Kip Peterson, and Detective Daniel Pinder to Susan Lorincz. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officer as true, but only to establish the context of Susan Lorinc's reactions and responses. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
May I provide the jury the transcript, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. There you go. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed the video is about an hour long. If you need a break before that hour is up, please raise your hand and we'll all take a break, okay?
Susan?
Okie dokie.
Hi, I'm Susan, I appreciate you coming back here and talking. You already have a water, is there anything else we can get for you right now?
That's fine.
You're doing okay? All right, very good. Again, if you
Yes.
remember Detective Stiff, this is Detective
I'm
Pender.
Detective Pender. I haven't got a chance to meet you yet, but I'm looking forward to being able to speak with you. I work with Detective Stiff. We work together. I was learning different things. So, anyways, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let him cover what he needs to, and then I'll get a chance to meet you then, okay?
So, Susan, obviously when we spoke the other night, it was kind of a lot of things going on still. A lot of the pieces of what happened were still trying to be put together. Since then, we've obviously talked to a lot more witnesses who were there. We've gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So during those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you, try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today. Obviously, just like last time, I want to make sure that you understand your rights and everything. So before we get started, I just have to read you the same thing I did last time. Yes. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer with him, have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions, or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Okay. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now?
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then. Has there been anything that you've thought of since you and I have last talked, in person at least, that you can remember that maybe at the time, because there was a lot of emotions and,
I don't know what else I could tell you honestly.
Okay. So nothing that happened that night that you didn't remember at the time, or you just, like I said, there was a lot going on that you maybe didn't think to say?
I don't know what to tell you because I thought I told you everything.
Okay, all right. So some of the things, like I said, we were just trying to clarify because we were in the room together for a while talking, and we went over a lot of different things. So one of the things I wanted to clarify with you is, and try to understand better, is when Ajike was at the door, when she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, who's there?
Okay, how did you know someone was there initially? Was it
There was
because,
a huge banging.
Okay.
And just pounding at that door.
okay. So initially, there was no words, it was just the pounding,
Yeah.
that's what started
Yes,
the interaction there?
yes.
And where was the pounding at initially, where it first began?
The front door.
At the front door?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did she, was it just like
It was,
one, or
no,
was
no,
it
no, it was
several?
just bang, bang, bang,
Okay,
bang.
all right, and then you said
Who's
you asked her
there?
who's
Yeah.
there? Okay, and what was said then?
I think she said, why do you speak to my children this way? And I said, listen, I'm not gonna speak to you, go away. You know, if she had a problem, she should have called you guys. You know,
Okay.
honestly. I mean, if she really thought there was something seriously wrong, I don't understand why she just came over and just started pounding on my door and, you know, screaming and yelling. So.
And then what happened after you said to go away?
Go away, and then it got quiet for a bit, and then she started really banging, you know, just pounding on that door. She was relentless.
How long is a bit, would you say?
I don't know,
Like
because
5, 10 seconds, or 2
oh,
minutes? Or?
it was an extended period of time, probably 20 or 30 seconds,
Okay.
easily.
But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think she went away?
No, well, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
Describe that, when you say screaming, describe what does that mean?
She was just, you're not supposed to speak to my children this way, why did you, you know, and then she was saying, I'm gonna kill you, and I'm like, holy shit, you know, and that's when
Well, you said there was like the initial barrage of the pounding, and you said, who's there? And she said, you know, what you said about not talking to her children that way.
Yeah.
And then you said it got quiet. So there was no banging, there was no words being
No,
said.
because I thought she went away.
That's what I was asking, basically. I'm sorry if I.
No, it's okay, I thought, all right, you know, she's just gonna do whatever she wants to do.
And you said that was like 20 to 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And then did she start yelling again first, or was there more banging?
It was banging, it was yelling, I thought she was just gonna break down the door.
Okay.
So, I mean, my heart was pounding, and I was like, she's really gonna kill me.
Okay,
That's
so
all I felt.
when she first came up and where were you when she started the
I
beating,
was
the
in the
very first
bathroom.
time? You were in the bathroom
Yeah.
when she started beating? And did you come to the door?
Well, I was approaching the door, and then she started screaming, and I knew who it was.
Okay.
I said, that's it, I'm not opening this door.
Okay.
You know, because I figured if she came in, she'd be just absolutely, you know, pounding into the ground.
All right, and then when it became silent, after that first round of beating on your door, where were you at then? Did you go?
I think I went to wash my hands, honestly.
Okay.
You know, because I didn't know who was at the door, and I wanted to know, and then I was like,
Okay.
you know, so I went back and washed my hands.
Okay.
So,
So that's during the time where it was kind of quiet, and you
Yes.
thought that maybe she went away.
mhm.
Okay. And when the banging and the yelling started again, where were you at then?
I think I was in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
And then she just kept banging and yelling, like, you need to leave, you're trespassing, get off my porch, you know, get out of here, you know, I'm not talking to you, leave.
Okay. Who else was outside the door besides
I have
Ajike?
no idea,
You don't know.
I have no idea.
Where were the other kids? Because I know the kids had been over there prior to her coming over.
Yeah,
Or
they were right by the, you know, where the fence is, and then there's a sidewalk. They were right
Yeah.
beyond that sidewalk, inside where it's supposed to be no trespassing.
Okay, so they were outside of the fence while she was banging on the door.
No idea.
Oh, you're not
I-
sure?
I have no idea.
Okay.
You asked me when the kids were there earlier.
Right.
So, and the kids finally, you know, I went inside. I figured they left.
So you didn't know who else was out there at that time?
No.
Okay. So you went to the kitchen and she was still pounding on the door
Pounding
and
on the door.
yelling? And I know we've kind of gone over this a lot, but I want to make sure, now we're getting more like in order of things, because the first time we talked, it was kind of just like, it all came out all at once. And now that you've had a little bit of time to kind of think about things that happened again and try to get it in a good order that things happen, because it's very important to be able to say, okay, this happened first, this will happen next, so that we don't get them confused or anything.
Okay.
So after that initial silence where, well, I wouldn't say silence, but it got quiet, you were washing your hands in the bathroom, and then the pounding and the yelling started again, and you went to the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen? Just,
I was looking for my phone.
okay,
So I put my phone down somewhere, and I started panicking, and I started searching for the phone. And then she just kept banging and banging and banging, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, you know, get out of here, you know. And I'm like, I have nowhere to go. I mean, I was in the kitchen, there's the sliders, and the sliders are always locked. and just that one door, so there was no escape.
Okay.
I couldn't leave, I couldn't get out of there, I was like, Jesus Christ, and she was pounding so hard, the mirror on my wall was shaking.
Okay, so that first, I'm sorry to go back, but that first time that she pounds on the door, how long do you think that lasted before there was kind of the silence? I know you said she hit the door, you said, who's there? And that, what was it said?
Probably 5-10 seconds she was pounding the first time.
Okay. And then when it started again, how long, and I'm gonna jump ahead just a little bit, but we'll kind of come back. When she started pounding on the door again and saying all that stuff to the point where you fired the gun, how long do you think that lasted?
2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes.
I don't know, it just, everything's kind of, it was a while. I mean, it was a while. I kept thinking, okay, you guys are gonna show up, you know, because I had called earlier and no one was coming, no one was coming. I'm like, shit, couldn't find my phone. And she was just banging and banging, screaming at me, telling me, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, she's really gonna kill me this time. That's all I kept thinking. She's really gonna come in this house and kill me.
Okay. When did you find your phone? At what point?
After I shot her. I just started searching the house frantically until I found it, and I wanted to make sure that I called and said, you know, I shot, because I heard her go, ugh. You know,
So where was your phone?
I think it was in my computer room.
In the computer room? Okay.
So, let me just understand this a little better, because I'm not really sure. So, the woman that got shot, what is her name?
AJ.
AJ, right, it's AJ.
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, you know, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you? Help me understand that.
A year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, year and a half and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys been able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
No, okay, all right. So maybe better would be communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it's shit on the sidewalk. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You know, of all the places you can walk and take your animal, you're gonna come here. And
Sure.
She said, it's the only place my dog will go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm
So-
like, no, I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
so you guys would have a disagreement regarding that, some screaming regarding the dog pooping where it shouldn't. What else would you guys communicate about in that 2 or 3 times?
Then one time, she was talking to the neighbors, and she said, oh, that bitch over there is crazy. And I went, no, I'm not gonna, you know, sorry. I walked over, I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. I have never heard someone scream like this woman. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, she exploded, and I'm like, oh, shit.
How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
2 months?
2 to 3 months ago. And then she was saying I called her kids all kinds of names, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And the more I said no, the more irate she got. Finally, I'm like, you know what, let me just back off, say yes, I'll apologize, and scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
That I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and that's never happened. I mean, when she said, I'm like, what are you, stop already, stop lying, you know? And I was like, you know.
Okay, but then we're talking about what happened there today. And this woman that she passed away, you said that you guys have yelled at each other 3 or 4 times in about a year and a half to 2 years, is that right?
Yes.
And the last time she yelled at you a lot. Did you ever, I worked as a patrol deputy for years before becoming a detective. Did you guys ever get in like a fight in the street or anything like that? No, nothing like that.
You could be kidding me. I'm sorry.
I gotta ask, because I don't know you that well.
No.
Did she ever brandish a weapon or anything like that, or something?
The only thing she ever did is she picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at me and hit me.
Okay. And I know that the police came out a lot of times. Did the police ever come out for that time when she threw the sign?
Yeah, and then everybody in the neighborhood said, oh, we didn't see anything.
Okay.
So it was a he said, she said, so they said they couldn't charge anything.
Sure.
I'm like, all right.
And obviously you have a firearm. I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. Now, is that a gun that you've had for years? You just had it for a couple weeks? Help me understand that.
No, over a year.
Okay, over a year. And where do you normally keep that secured in the house?
That's usually next. It was in a garbage can next to my bed.
Okay. And is it like?
Now that was the Remington that you're talking about that you got over a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, so when we were at the house, there was the other one,
Yes.
the 22,
The
was a
Ruger.
Ruger. How long have you had that firearm?
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah, not very long. And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, with the 380 rounds
The
were
380, yeah,
expensive,
way
yeah.
more expensive. So I got the little plinker, you know, just target practice and stuff like that.
Are you experienced with firearms? You got 2 guns, and it sounds like you have the little plinker, and you know about the price of ammo. Are you well versed with them?
I used to be terrified of firearms.
Uh-huh.
And then a friend said, you really can't defend yourself. He said, you should think about getting a gun.
Okay.
So,
When did you first get a gun? Was it just, or did you have other guns historically?
no, I never did.
Okay.
I first bought a 9mm, but it was just way too much gun for me, so I sold it.
Uh-huh.
And then I got the little 380.
Okay. And did you go to any kind of training for those using guns, like going to the range, or tell me about that?
Went to the range, watched videos, all the other stuff, self-educating, and I was going to go take a permit to carry course.
Sure.
And I didn't get around to it.
Yeah, okay. So you were self-training yourself, you had plans to do that in the future, but it didn't come to that. So thank you for helping me understand that. And describe to me, AJ, you've only had these arguments with her a few times, but what I'm confused about is that we're talking about her banging on it 3 times, and then there's a pause, and there's everything else you just described in Detective Stiff. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you.
No, she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she was verbalizing it. She was saying, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
That's how, it's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me. I
So
mean,
I'm trying to get into your mind, and I'm trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom, then you were in the kitchen. I mean, I know that she's saying something, and you're inside your house, and she's on the other side of that wall and that door. Were you able to ever see her, to see if she had anything in her hands?
There's no peephole.
There's no peephole, thanks. Okay. Were you able to look through a window or anything to see if she had anything in her hands or anything? Okay. So you don't know if what's going on, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
And you said that she's hitting the wall hard enough that, was it the door?
The mirror.
That the mirror's moving?
Yes.
And she's hitting the door?
She's hitting the door.
Okay. There's no peephole or anything like that. You don't know who all's out there, but you can hear her voice?
Yes.
Okay. What made you shoot that spot on the door? It sounds like you had some experience with the gun, so bring me to that moment what happened?
I grabbed the gun, I was shaking like a leaf, and the more she pounded, the more she screamed. I was like, stop, 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 go away, move away. She wouldn't move away. Finally, I'm going to kill you, and that was the last time, and I just fired the weapon.
Okay. Was there a spot you picked or something like that?
I just kind of, there was the door, I knew she was out the door. Shot the door.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house, we, did the stuff inside the house as far as photographing, looking at where everything is at related to where the door is. And you said you had shot from the kitchen, so when you come in, it's like a
table.
kitchen table?
The table that's there, the 2 seats with the table.
Okay.
That's where I shot from.
That's where you shot from, okay. Like right next to it?
Yes.
Or like further back?
It was, I remember the table being there.
Okay, how were you holding the gun when you fired it?
Like
With
that.
2 hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were initially in the kitchen when, you went to the restroom and then you were in the kitchen looking for your phone while she was pounding on the door. And you said that you believe it was between 2 and 5 minutes?
Yes.
Was that total time from when the first pounding started to the time that you fired the shot, 2 to 5 minutes? Or do you think it was shorter time than that or longer?
To me, it seemed like 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes
More,
total?
Well, by the time I shot the weapon, at least 5 minutes.
Okay. Did she ever try to open that glass sliding door or open the door handle or anything like that, or was it just the pounding?
I just remember her pounding and pounding and pounding.
Okay. So you said that you kept the firearm in the trash can in the bedroom, so at some point, did you go?
Yes.
So you thought about it and said, I might need this, or?
Absolutely. I mean, I got terrified. I mean, I was so terrified she was going to come in and kill me.
Okay, so you left the kitchen area?
Yes.
And that's when you went to your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the other gun at that time, do you know?
I thought it was right there.
The Ruger?
I thought the Ruger was right there.
I mean, we found, yeah, it was, but you said that you used the 380, right?
Yeah.
When you fired the gun? Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that gun aside the other one? They were both loaded, right?
They were both loaded. I was just the one I picked up.
Okay. Did you handle the other gun at all?
I don't remember. Honest to God, don't remember.
Okay. Because the reason I asked is when we went in there, the 22 was actually on top of the 380. So, I'm just trying to figure out how it is that you went in there, took the 380, fired the 380, went back and you would have put it back in there, but then the other gun was on top of it. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe, you know, you're just moving stuff around when, after things happened or something fell. I'm just trying to understand.
It may have fallen off the bed, I don't know. I just remember looking for my phone, and I just remember I put the gun back in, so, you know, there's all kinds of papers in there, so it could have flip-flopped.
Is that an actual, like, do you use it for trash, or those important
No,
papers that were in
those
there?
are papers that I keep.
Okay. All right. So you said it was about, let me ask you this, and maybe this can kind of help us get a better time frame. From the time that you called 911, these kids are on my property again, they're yelling, you know, what happened that first 911 call?
Mm-hmm.
That time that you hung up with 911, how long before she showed up and she was pounding on the door? After you hung up?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So about 10 minutes after you disconnected and they said, hey, we have deputies on the way, 10 minutes after that is when she started pounding on your door. Okay. And you say anywhere, you believe from 2 to 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there, and I just want to be clear, 2 to 5 minutes from the first time she pounded to the time where you felt in danger enough to pull the trigger?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times, I know this is, how many times do you think she was hitting your door during that time frame that you believe is about 2 to 5 minutes?
She just kept pounding it. Just kept pounding it and pounding it.
You so just
She was
more
screaming.
than 5, more than 50? Like,
God, it had to be, I don't know, I can't even speculate. I just remember her pounding and pounding and screaming and yelling.
okay. And did you call 911 immediately after?
As soon as I found my phone.
Okay. How much time do you think after you fired the shot?
A few seconds.
So within
I
a
said it
minute?
within a
And you
minute, yes.
immediately called
Yes.
911? Did you call anyone else before?
No.
Did you call anyone else after?
No, I don't think so, because you guys were here. I mean, you guys came right away,
Okay.
so.
Okay. So we're just trying to figure out where some of these, you know, we heard that you said the F word and the B word. These are what the kids are saying that
I
day.
definitely dropped F-bombs.
Okay, and
Definitely.
what are you saying the F word to?
Pick your fucking shit up.
Referring to stuff on the ground or
Yeah.
something?
Mhm.
And when we, sure. Okay. So Detective Stith has been talking to you about the timeline, okay? And some of the work we've done. Now, this is a picture that I draw. I'm not an artist at all, but when I tell you some of the work we've done, we spoke to all the people over. This is your house, by the way. Okay, this is. We'll put an S for you. We spoke to everybody in these buildings. We spoke to them all in these buildings, and we talked to anybody that had cameras that would see different areas. These cameras, they hear things. We're able to hear audio, we're able to hear things like that. And everyone that we interviewed, I pretty much got the same, Detective Stith, I think we all got the same statement from every single person we interviewed. We lined up, well, we didn't line them up. These people were interviewed in different locations. Some of them were interviewed in different buildings, in different places. I interviewed them at different houses, and all these people provided me similar statements, okay? No one that provided these, now these people could hear her talking. Okay, because she was talking loudly. You said that you could hear it through the wall, and I can agree with that. Okay, she made a statement, something to the effect of, "Why'd you take my kid's iPad?" Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know what this iPad is
A
about.
tablet or something like that.
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Was she? Maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have?
She could have.
Okay. You seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door. Did she say you're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her rants.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not, I'm sorry,
Come
that's
out.
not what?
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean,
Oh.
you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so
Right.
you can,
Well, I know.
seriously.
What she's learned, what I'm learning, what these people said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
Okay. You said you were so in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, earlier in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know. I remember. It was one of her sons, but he was there. He's like, "I'm going to make sure you get killed. I'm going to make sure that you know." And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever shown you a weapon or anything like that?
No, but I mean, the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over and she's banging and screaming. And
Now I asked you this earlier. You said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times.
mm-hmm.
What means does she have to harm you through the wall?
Like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving.
Now that house,
Which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
That was my next question. So it's a cement block house, and the door, the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt was activated,
Okay.
right? And you just didn't have the chain lock?
I was going to say, I remember I didn't have the chain. I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chain, is from what I recall. And you said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed, recently?
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time when she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced, I said, "Whatever you want, I'm so sorry." She followed me a foot behind me up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that incident where she followed you? What was the conversation?
She said, "Oh, you called my kids, I think a nigger and a slave or something stupid like that." And I'm like, okay, whatever. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. And I finally said, I'm going to leave this alone. I don't need, to get killed in the street.
Did she tell you if she had recordings of you saying that? Or like one of the kids?
I have no idea.
But you apologized and she continued to follow you anyway?
Yeah, she followed me anyway.
How far did she follow you?
Like right up to where I go in by the wood.
By the fence?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
She finally just went away.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
That was like a month or two ago.
Okay. And was that an incident dealing with, she had the dog and the kids were over there?
No.
No, that was something different?
Something different.
Okay. And I think that was, I want to say, was it April? Does that sound right? With you had called because, again, the kids were over there, the dog was over there. Does that sound about right? Okay, but that was a different incident.
Yeah, it was
than
a
what you're
different
talking-
incident, yes.
And where were you at when you had that conversation where she started following you? Where were you?
I was in the street.
Okay. Like by the mailboxes or?
No, I was close to her driveway.
Close to her driveway, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she make any threats of physical violence to you then?
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
She was following you and that made you feel creepy, right? Or creeped you out, I think is the word you said?
Yeah.
Okay, but there wasn't any threats of physical violence then. And you said...
Why would you, if the conversation is over, why would you still pursue someone? I mean, to me...
Was she still saying things? Was she still...
No,
talking?
she just followed me, and I just felt like, at any point in time, she could knock me down and do something, and I was like, oh my God. And I didn't want to tangle with her anymore.
And was it only her kid that you called a slave, or was there other kids in the
I
neighborhood?
never called anyone a slave.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Never.
thought you said
No, no,
sorry
no.
for it.
I said I'm sorry for it because I didn't know how else to diffuse the situation.
Okay, so you told her that you did say that, but you're saying that you were saying it to diffuse the situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So have you ever called any of those kids?
So, Susan, I'm looking at this from the outside here, and this really is not adding up to me. You used the word reasonable and prudent earlier. That's an interesting series of words to use. That's like a series of words that we use as law enforcement officers when we try to look at things. And there's a big jump here that you're making logically I can't seem to make the jump. I'm having a really hard time getting there. You've known this woman for 1.5 to 2 years. Your only communications were 2 to 3 times. The dog's pooping, and then there was another time where you called her, you said, I'm sorry about calling your kids some names, and she followed behind you. You thought that was creepy. She's never threatened you. She's never displayed a firearm towards you. She starts yelling on your patio area, banging hard on your door, which your door is locked, and then you're scared. Now, you're saying that you're scared, which, okay, I can get to that. I can get to that point that you're scared there's someone knocking on your door.
No, it wasn't knocking, it was pounding.
Pounding. There's someone pounding on your door. Right. There's someone pounding on your door. They're pounding on your door, and I can't get to the point where pounding on the door leads to you being hurt or killed. I can't get that.
Because I thought she was going to break the door down. The door, you could see that it was all repaired and re-repaired and all that crap like that, so I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your entire wall. There has not been that situation. So I'm trying to do the reasonable and prudent. I'm trying to come into your shoes there, and I'm having a hard jump there because describe to me, AJ, what does she look like?
Tall black woman, heavy set,
Okay. Does she have a very muscular? You've only known her for 1.5 years. You've only had so many communications. I mean, is she like a muscular person that's able to, like, I don't know, do extreme feats of strength? Does she weight train in her front yard? Help me understand this.
No, I don't.
That's what I'm trying. I'm having a hard time with this.
He's not being facetious. He's just trying to understand how we got from the point of someone.
And I don't see how that is entire. Were you on alcohol or anything like? I gotta ask these questions. Were there anything in your mind that would impair yourself in your judgments?
I took Belbuca earlier in the day.
What is that?
It was for my back.
Okay, is that a narcotic?
Yes.
I'm not a muscle relax. I'm guessing here.
No, it's a pain reliever.
Okay, it's a pain reliever.
Mm-hmm.
And does that have like something on the bottle that it would?
It's a film.
Okay, does that like don't use motor vehicles or something like that? What does it do to you? How does it make you feel?
It just makes me sleepy.
It's called, what is it called?
Belbuca.
Belbuca.
B-E-L-B-U-C-A.
Okay.
Does that have to do with your artery issue in your kidney?
No, I had a car wreck. So I had a fusion in my lower back. I'm sorry, fusion in my neck, and then laminectomy in my lower back.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got this thing that goes backwards, so I have some issues.
Okay.
And I have a torn rotator cuff.
Okay. And do you have issues with any kind of previous, from the car accident, I have to ask, a head injury which would impair your memory or affect your memory or anything like that?
I don't remember. I think I hit my head on the steering wheel from the accident.
Okay. Do you suffer time and spatial memory issues where you can't remember a certain amount of time and things like that? And the reason that I ask that is you have indicated that this was somewhere between like 5 to 10 minutes or something. Am I getting that right, Detective Stiff? Okay. From the cameras that we've looked at in the area here, this incident did not last for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, from the people that we spoke to, there's aspects of this that I can agree about. She's talking loud. She's banging on that door. We're going to agree with that. But the actual number of knocks, you did 3 knocks, and then you said there was a pause.
I never said 3.
Well, you said bang, 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 and then she stopped, which I counted 3. Now,
okay.
If there was something different, you can tell me. I'm just
okay.
I was remembering earlier. You said bang, bang, bang. There was 3. Then she stopped, and then she continued to, and then what happened happened.
Mm-hmm.
nothing has led me to believe as an investigator that it was like 5 to 10 minutes, okay?
Okay, maybe it just seemed like it was longer.
Okay.
Probably because, you know, the adrenaline rush and just getting so upset.
Sure. Whenever adrenaline comes in, it can make things seem like they stretch out. From some of the other statements we've got, some of the things that we've learned, it sounds more like there was 3 knocks and then there was 3 more and then she was shot. It sounds like this was very quick. It sounds like this was like within a span of less than 20 seconds is what I would say. Is it possible that your time is off on this?
Could be.
Okay.
Because to me, it felt like forever.
Okay.
So.
So if this is like what's being described as a 20-second, this is a brief encounter. It's a brief encounter with loud banging, with loud yelling. The statements that some of the statements that you're saying occurred, like I'm going to kill you and those kind of threats. No one else has heard you. No one else has heard her make those statements.
Okay.
Okay, in your head. Are you not sure about some of the things we've talked about today? Regarding some of the things you're saying that you heard, is it possible she never threatened you at all?
Oh, I swear to God, I thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's why I just panicked. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to kill me.
Okay. And how did you imagine yourself being killed? Remembering that there's that block wall, that door, how was she going to be able to do that? What makes you think that she was able to do that?
She was still pounding, but that she could have come right through that glass wall. I mean, the glass door.
Well, we talked about pounding on the door. Did she ever pound on the glass wall? Is it a window or wall? Help me.
It's doors. It's sliders.
Glass sliding door.
Yeah.
She pound on that?
She may have. I don't know. Well, I kept thinking that she's going to gain entrance. She's going to kill me.
And that's why I asked you earlier if you recalled if she tried to. Was that door locked? The sliding glass door?
Yeah.
Does that say? Do you have like anything?
I had I think there was a wood piece
in the slider?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall if she tried that door?
I just remember lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding.
You know, just to me it was just an enormous amount of pounding, screaming, yelling, and you know, I felt like she was going to come through that door.
And I think Detective Pender touched on it. Like in your head, what during the panic, during all these thoughts, what did you feel that was going to happen?
And she's going to come in there and beat the shit out of me until I was dead.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I felt. I mean, I don't understand why she came over my house. If there was all these issues and problems, why didn't you just call somebody? You know, that's, to me, that's what you would do if you're normal. You know, that's a normal thing to do. If something happens to me, I call the police. You know, like, okay, you know, the kids are being run or she's banging and, you know, but when I couldn't find my phone and everything, I was just like, shit. You know, I honestly, I felt she was going to kill me.
Okay, so during that time, you had hung up with 911. You still estimate approximately 10 minutes before the banging started.
Yes.
And then you saying anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes or longer that the banging and the yelling lasted. However, as Detective Pender mentioned, we've reviewed video.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked to multiple people out there who all kind of give the similar. I mean, everybody's perspective is different, and that's why I asked you this same question a couple of times, because people's perspectives, we could be both looking at the same thing, and later on you asked me one, you asked us the same question, we have different reactions, different answers, because we focus on different things, we remember different things. That's why everybody's unique, and that's just the way it is. But to be that similar in some of the specifics of what we're really looking at, we're talking about a very tight, a much more tighter time frame of this incident that happened at your front door before that shot was fired. So is that possible? Is that feasible that it was a shorter time frame?
To me, it felt. I mean, I'm giving you what I felt and what I thought it was.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Now that you're out of the moment, I mean, do you think that she could somehow get through that wall now that you're out, now that you're not in the house anymore, and that
I still feel that fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry. It's what I feel.
Okay.
I've just, you know, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot and hopefully, you know, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm having a really hard time making this jump here, that this unarmed person on the other side of the wall is somehow gonna get into your house and kill you. I'm just really having a hard time getting there. Some of these doors open inwards, outwards. I don't know which way your door opens. Which way does it open? It opens outward?
I think it opens out.
Okay. So
It opens inwards.
it opens inwards. Okay. I'm really having a hard time understanding, like, how you, if you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Would you take it back and I don't know, wait however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Do you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honestly God thought she was gonna kill me. I mean, that's all I felt. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was sheer terror.
So, I went out to the house that morning, you know, when I met you out there. First of all, I looked at the door, we processed the door just to see what areas might have been touched by AJ. I looked at the door frame where it had been repaired. It looked like there was a type of putty or something used where the wood frame had been separated. I examined the deadbolt lock, the strike plates were in there pretty fastened, pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock. And even with the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see. I'm not trying to take away the fears of being scared and everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're shooting at. That's a big jump, and I think that's where Detective Pender is.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
But it was her standing there. I mean, I heard her voice.
Sure, but some people don't talk. They're more quiet. So you've never had a break-in there before, right? Okay, no break-ins there. There's the rod in the track. Did you have? I know that you still spoke to this woman 2 or 3 times before. Did you speak to her earlier that day on Friday?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk to her earlier that day, Friday. There wasn't. Did you have any conflicts with anybody in particular on Friday at all?
Just the kids when they, well, it wasn't a conflict. I just told them, come on, stop trespassing, you know, move along, take it. The kids kept putting things out. They had marbles by my truck. They put their skates out. I tripped over the skate one morning that I had to leave very early, and I'm like, crap. And I'm like, stop leaving your freaking toys here. You know, I'm not the most stable person, you know, with my knees and stuff like that. So when I'm walking, if I fall again, you know, who the hell knows what's going to happen between my back and my knees and, you know, the other injury. And I don't understand why they just keep leaving their crap there. And I'm like,
That sounds frustrating.
It's extraordinarily frustrating.
You said there was a skate. Was there something that happened with the skate on Friday?
When the kids were there, yeah, they keep leaving the skates really close to the house. I'm like, stop already, you know, because when you go around and you do stuff and you're bringing packages in, sometimes I bring your truck up. I'm like, I don't want to walk over your skates and shit. I'm like, pick your damn shit up. So
where were those skates when you picked them up?
I want to say they were maybe 5-6 feet of the sidewalk.
On the grass?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a photograph of that with your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a video at some point. It looked like you were taking a picture or a video through the screen from you being inside to them outside. Because it looked like there was a bunch of them kind of further out in the field, but there was a lot of kids playing out there. And I guess
the screaming. You heard how much they were screaming over the TV.
Okay, so when you went out there, and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also, so that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that time frame was where that tablet situation came up. So is there any reason?
I don't know what this tablet thing is.
It's like an Amazon tablet, you know, electronic tablet.
I never saw the tablet, never he kept saying, where's my tablet, where's my tablet? I had black.
Oh, so he did ask you
Oh, yeah.
about it, but you didn't have it?
Of course not.
So you never
I
used
never
it or
saw
picked
it,
up?
never picked it, never touched it up, nothing.
Why would he make that part up if?
I have no idea.
Because he said, and it really doesn't change,
Doesn't change.
it doesn't change anything.
Helps
I'm just trying to
understand
understand. He said that he was going to the basketball courts after they played in the field, and he's like, I forgot my tablet, and he comes over and he sees you holding it, and he
I
says,
never,
put
no,
it down,
no.
and you kind of tossed it down, and then that's when you threw the skates, and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot
No.
or something like that.
No, because they were standing here and I threw it with my left hand.
Okay.
I made sure that I just threw them over to the other side, never
And that's
touched
when you
each
told
other.
him to fetch or something? You
Yes.
said you told him to
I
fetch
said, you
it?
can go fetch it over there now.
Okay.
Because he said, give me my skates.
Mhm.
Give me your skates. I'm like, here, go get them.
You already had them in your hand at that point?
I
He said,
think
give them
so.
to you? Okay. What were you gonna do with them?
Just throw them on the other side, just get them away.
So you don't remember the tablet or anything
It
like
was
that?
never, I never saw a tablet, never touched a tablet, never, I don't know where the hell the tablet came from. So I have no idea.
And then the situation with the umbrella, I know we had talked about it a little bit before, but do you remember who that was out there when, was that when, excuse me, was that when the older, AJ's older came over? What was he saying to you?
That's when he has said, I said, you guys need to leave. He said, I don't need to leave. I can go anywhere I want. It's, you know, I have, this is, I forget what the hell he said. Just something to the effect that I have no limits where I can go. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but he wasn't the one that was there when you tossed the roller skates into the yard? It was the other child?
It
Or do
should
you
have been
remember?
both boys.
Were they both there with the
I
roller
would
skate
say,
thing?
yeah.
Okay, so when you came out, the umbrella that was behind your door, was that the one?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly happened with that? Because that's another one of those things where we were talking to people who were right there, kind of, they already heard some yelling and back and forth, so they're kind of watching, and
I may have been talking with my hands, so.
swinging the umbrella?
Yeah, just, yeah, come on guys, leave, you know, and
Okay.
gesturing. So
How
it
far
was-
away were they when you were doing this?
Oh
And
my
where do you
gosh.
think you were at?
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then they were at least 5-7 feet away from me.
Okay.
They weren't even close.
What did they do when you were swinging it around?
Nothing.
They didn't do
No,
anything?
there was no reaction.
They didn't say anything? They didn't back away?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
It didn't rain on Friday. Why did you have an
I
umbrella?
thought it was raining. We had precip, and I thought when the kids got quiet that it rained finally and they went home.
So that's why you had the umbrella out?
Yes.
So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on with the kids that day. It sounds like you're taking videos. It sounds like the skates are in the way. You had to throw those because she says, "Give me the skates." You throw the skates, and then you're swinging the umbrella because they're not getting away. There's a lot going on with the kids. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are the kids yelling that day?
Oh, they were screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling. Okay. It sounds like there was things going on with them, and then one of the kids' moms comes up to your house and knocks on the door. Is that right? Did she say what she was knocking on the door about? I don't remember if we covered that.
With AJ? Yes.
Yes, AJ. Was it about the umbrella, the skates, or something different? Because there's
I
a
want to
lot.
speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons.
Okay, so she bangs on the door and she wants to, because we've talked about all the things that happened that day. She's banging on the door and she wants to address you regarding how you're talking to her sons.
Yes.
And there's already been that prior incident in the 2 or 3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking to her sons and you're saying like racial things like that, racial
I
slurs.
didn't say racial slurs.
She said that you did.
She said that
Okay.
I did.
So it sounds like she has a reason that she wants to talk to you, and she's banging on your door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But she's enraged, she's screaming, she's not acting to me what would be like a normal, average, everyday, reasonable person. I mean, to me, that was someone who was really angry.
You're for certain that when you went to retrieve your gun, that's where you keep it in that trash can, that's where it was at? I'm sorry, did you remember
No,
what you were thinking
I-
about? I didn't ask you this before, but I saw inside you have like, it's almost a home office set up.
Mhm.
Do you work from home?
Yes.
You do? So you're all pretty much, you're always there and you're always
Yes.
having to be
Mm-hmm.
susceptible to whatever they
Exactly.
do.
Well, I kind of want to go through my notes real quick, make sure that we covered everything. We covered a lot of things. Can I get you another water or anything while I go through this? Okay. Yeah, let me go through the notes and make sure we didn't miss anything here. And we'll be right back in.
Is there anything else that you need right now? Use the restroom or anything? Use the restroom? Okay, give me just 1 second. Make sure the restroom's clear.
Okie dokie.
We go to the bathroom?
Yes.
All right, so while we were in there going over everything, and my supervisor came in, he's actually kind of been listening a little. And something that caught my ear, like when we were talking earlier, you had mentioned the words, and I asked you to repeat it because I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had mentioned terminology like reasonable and prudent in reference to how AJ was acting at your door while she was trespassing and everything. Where did that come from, that terminology? Is that
Watching TV.
watching TV? Okay. Like documentary stuff, or like what?
Probably just crime shows and stuff.
Crime shows? Okay. And I have to ask you this, have you done any research on like the laws as far as like in Florida, as far as self-defense and things like that?
I looked at it today.
You looked at it today?
When I was on Facebook, just some things that, they had it up on Facebook.
Describe that. What did you, specifically, what you were reading about and learning about?
They said self-defense, and I'm trying to think what else I looked at today. So much crap, mostly emails. But I just remember saying self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that. So,
prior to today, even the last time that you and I spoke on very early Saturday morning, you had used some of that same kind of terminology in describing the situation that occurred at your front door. Prior to today, had you ever done any kind of research like that? And before I ask, let me just say, if we were to look through everything in your phone or your home desktop computer, is there anything kind of research on your internet history that would show that you've done research on like self-defense? Or have you ever heard of the term stand your ground?
Yes.
Have you ever done any kind of research on that?
Yes, when it was mentioned on some guy shot someone at a convenience store, and they said stand your ground.
Was that like a Florida situation? Because I know every state has kind of different laws.
I think it was Florida. It was Florida.
Okay. And when was that?
Years ago.
It was years ago?
Yeah, that was a years ago thing.
So nothing recent that would be on like your internet browser history?
I just looked it up today.
Right, but I mean other than, basically before this incident occurred at your door, but we're not talking about like a couple years ago. We're talking about within the last few months, would there be, because your internet browser, even if you delete it or you go on private browser, if we take a look at those things, because we did go through your phone, the judge signed an order for us to be able to do that. So if that were the case, if we were just to look through that, would there show anything that you were looking up, stand your ground or self-defense laws in Florida on the internet?
I don't know, I look up tons of stuff.
Is it a possibility that you looked that up?
Could have been, I don't know.
Okay.
I look up,
And the reason I ask is
I just go and see why the laws were, so I want to know why, like if they have an article, what happened in the situation,
Well, Susan, I think you know the reason why I'm asking that question. You're smart, okay, and the reason is.
Oh, hell no, absolutely. I know what you're thinking. Did I look up the laws so I could do something? No, absolutely
This is not a situation where you set something up because you were tired of this person, you were tired of the situation that they put you in?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, no.
Okay, so while I was out there going through the notes and everything, I went through, so when someone calls 911, as soon as that call goes to our communication center, it logs it, gives us a timestamp. Hour, minute, second, from the very first time that call was received to the time that it's disconnected, okay? And that's for every single time someone calls. So the first time when you called 911, talking about the boys out there trespassing and things of that. So that call started at 8:54 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I really wasn't looking at the clock
Okay.
right here, I just remember calling.
That's what time it says on our call center. And that call lasted for 5 minutes and it disconnected.
Okay.
At 8:59, deputies are on the way.
Okay,
Okay. Now you estimated that it was approximately 10 minutes after you disconnected until the AJ started pounding on your door. Is that correct? Is that
Yes.
what? Okay. So the second 911 call where you called, lady was banging on my door, I shot her through the door. That call came into our call center. It was received at 9:01, which is 2 minutes after you hung up with the communication center the first time. So that's
Okay.
2 minutes that all these things that you say occurred happened at your front door. From
Okay.
pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding, I'm gonna kill you, all these things. Within 2 minutes, she showed up at your front door and did all these things to the time that you pulled the trigger, went and found your phone, and then called 911. So, and that's why I'm trying to get,
to me, it seemed like that amount of time, that's why I thought it was that amount of time.
well, so clearly we've established that that was not true,
Okay,
that that's not the
understood.
case, but that's what you felt it was.
It
So
felt
you
like
also
that.
told me that that's what you heard, that she was
Yes.
going to kill you. Is it possible that she did not say that, and that's what you heard or you believed, just like you believed it was 10 minutes between those calls?
I just thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's what I heard, that's why I was so in fear of my life. I was like, Jesus Christ, she's pounding on my door, she's gonna break in, she's gonna kill me.
But is it a possibility, if you believe that there was 10 minutes to 15 minutes, adding in 10 minutes before it started, and then approximately another 5 minutes on top of that, that you believe that 2 minutes was 15 minutes? Was it a possibility that maybe you thought you heard that, but it wasn't that what she actually said?
I have no idea, that's what I heard.
Okay.
I'm telling you what I heard.
But I can tell you right now, what we've learned, what we've discussed all leading up to this, it doesn't make any sense. So this is your opportunity to actually tell us that something that does make sense. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to get mad. But whenever AJ was coming over that evening, what happened? What happened? Bring me to that moment when you had the gun in your hand. What were you thinking?
All I wanted her was to go away. I was just, I felt she was gonna come through that door and kill me. I'm sorry, that's what I felt. I just felt she was gonna come through the door and kill me.
Okay.
It was a tremendous fear. I mean,
Did you
it's
feel
terrible.
bad for what happened?
Oh, Christ, yes.
Do you? Because the first time that we talked, there was a point where I informed you that AJ had passed away. And I wasn't sure if you've been aware of that or not. I know they transported her in an ambulance
Yes.
from there.
No, I saw them doing CPR.
Yeah, so when I informed you that, you showed emotion, you showed what appeared to me to be at least somewhat of a remorse for what had happened. So do you feel bad for what had happened?
Absolutely.
Do you feel bad for the children?
Christ, yes.
So, and I think, Detective Pender we're trying to give you the opportunity to try to explain some of these discrepancies in the story, the things that don't really add up or make sense. And you maintaining that you were in fear for your life.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you, everybody processes things differently. So I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least, for what had happened.
Oh, God. It just makes me sick. I don't know I can't take it back. It's transpired, it's in the past, I don't know what the hell to do. It's just probably me shutting down again.
Okay. Do you think that's a trauma response or something? I know you said you had gone through a lot of
Probably
flat
because I
affect and
just-
things like that
I
in
don't know
the
what
past.
the hell, I mean, it's a horrible situation. And inner conflict is horrible because, it goes against my faith. I broke the commandment. I just I feel horrible for what I did.
Okay. So, looking back on it now, and do you think that she was actually going to get through that door? I mean, be honest
honestly,
with us,
God,
because
thought she was coming through the door. As God is my witness, I thought she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, it's just what I felt.
so, I mean, at this point, like, we've talked to you, we've talked to a lot of people and gone through the evidence. We've Okay, and I think you know that that wasn't reasonable, what you did.
I felt so terrified. I just felt so terrified, you know, here she comes again, you know, again, she's screaming, she's yelling, she's acting unreasonable.
I think you know that there were already deputies on the way.
There was times I called and the deputies never showed up.
I understand. It's been
So-
2 minutes, so you.
To me, it wasn't 2 minutes, to me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
But there's only one reality where time
Okay.
exists, and I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected, within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door. There was that much that transpired within that 2 minutes where statements were made, I want to know why you're throwing stuff at my kids, or whatever it was she was saying, and then a shot fired, and she's down, and then another 911 call comes in. So, I mean, at this point, we've discussed it with the state, and they are on the same terms as far as charging you with manslaughter, okay?
Okay. I don't know what else to say. I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God, I just feared that she was gonna come through that door. I'm sorry, that's how I felt. I can't change the way I felt. I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was shaking.
So, one of the things I want to ask, because at the point where I did let you know and I informed you, you know, what had ultimately happened to AJ after that shooting, you know, that she had passed away, and obviously she has 4 kids, and, you know, I was observing the interviews that were conducted with them and the emotions that they were going through. And you shared some of those same emotions at points through the conversations that we had. And I just want to, like, obviously I can't let you talk to them or give a message to them and like face to face. But I would like, it's up to you, if you would like to write them a letter or something to kind of, you know, whatever's on your mind or in your heart.
You don't have to, we're just gonna leave a notepad and a pen in the room. Obviously, we have some paperwork to do, so we're gonna have to step out to do that, and obviously talk to our boss. We'll just, I offer it to everybody that we can't let them talk to, so it's just something we do.
Understood.
So if you'd like to do that.
We're gonna get that paperwork going, like you said.
But that's where the state's at right now, that's where we're at, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in just a minute, okay? But if you'd like to write them something, that's right there, okay?
Alright, we're gonna head over there in a second. Can you go ahead and stand up? I need to get a picture of you before we walk you over. Stand up for me real fast. Alright, can you take a step back? This is not a good camera for, alright. Alright, hang on one second. I'm gonna go take the stick. We're gonna head on over there, okay?
Alright, Susan? Alright, we're gonna have you go with this deputy here.
No,
I'm sorry?
no,
No what?
I can't.
What's wrong? What's going
I
on?
just can't. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
May I like a transfer to the jury?
Yes, sir?
For the record, I have all 8 transcripts from the jury. In the video, in the interview that we just watched, you mentioning looking at some video. None of the video you looked at had any footage of the shooting or what happened right before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Also in the video towards the end, the interview, towards the end, we saw you give the defendant an opportunity to write something down on paper.
Yes, sir.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember what she wrote?
No, I wouldn't want to quote without a copy of it, I'm not sure.
I'll show you a copy of the letter. You let the jury know what she wrote?
I am so sorry for your loss. I never meant to kill your mother. I was terrified. Your mom was going to kill me. I shot out of fear.
I want to direct your attention to June 19th of 2023. Did you respond back to the defendant's residence?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you go there?
To collect the front door for evidence.
And had you obtained a search warrant signed by a judge that gave you permission to go and take that door?
Yes, I did.
Did you contact the landlord, Charles Gabbard, to let him know what you were going to do?
Yes, sir.
And prior to arriving there, prior to getting to her residence, did you stop anywhere and pick anything up?
Yes, prior to responding, I spoke with Mr. Gabbard, got the specifications of that front door that was currently there, and went to the hardware store, purchased the hardware and a new door to replace the one we were taking.
So explain to the jury what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived, we removed, me and my Sergeant Bartlett, removed the front door that appeared, it was the same door, and placed the new door we had purchased back on the hinges.
When you arrived, when you went back to the residence to take the door, were you still able to see the location of the original bullet hole that you saw on June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Had it been repaired in any way?
Yes, sir.
How? Could you tell just by what it looked like?
It had been spackled over the front, outside of the door.
But the impression was still visible?
Yes, sir.
And was it in the same location as when you saw it on June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Except for that repair of the gunshot, the bullet hole, was the door in the same or substantially the same condition as when you saw it June 2nd?
It appeared to have been sanded, but otherwise in the same condition, yes.
Your Honor, it might be easier, may I ask the witness step down to come and look at the piece of evidence before I move it?
Sure.
Would you mind stepping down?
Has the defense had a chance to see it?
I have, Judge.
Okay.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit W for identification. Can you take a look at that person, tell me if you recognize it? Do you see your initials on the evidence tape and everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please kind of cut away the packaging and look inside it and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's the door that I removed from the hinges at the defendant's residence.
Is it the same, substantially the same condition as when you removed it on, I believe, June 19th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
This time, the state would move States W into evidence as States 21.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Yes, sir. Overrule the objection, it be in evidence as states number 21. Yes, sir.
Can you step down for me again?
Yes, sir.
If you can kind of continue just removing the paper. Please. There was a side face injury on the inside door. You see the repair done of the bullet hole.
Yes.
If I could have one more, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you, I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We move it. Do you need this out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Do you have the scissors, because I'm just gonna take off, so it won't be so loud.
Sorry about that.
The exterior door frame of Miss Lorincz.
Hold on. Let her finish that. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, let's deal with the door first.
Okay.
So we can. Are there parts of this door that seem like they've been painted over in some capacity?
Yes, sir.
I'm the ambusher.
Yes, sir.
Detective, I'd like to show you what we marked as Defense Exhibit C. Is this a copy of the letter that Ms. Lorincz wrote to the children of Ms. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the letter that she wrote?
Yes, it is.
The exterior door frame of Ms. Lorinc's door to her residence did have damage, is that right, when you went to see it?
Yes, sir.
The damage did not appear recent, right?
Correct.
The damage appears to have been repaired with some putty where the wood separated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered Ms. Lorinc's kitchen area, when you went to the scene, you observed a single spent shell casing on her kitchen counter, right next to the stove, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also conducted research for prior calls for services between Ms. Owens and Ms. Lorincz, is that right?
Correct.
And you found prior calls for service dating back over a year placed by Ms. Lorincz, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you reviewed the transcripts from the two interviews that you conducted with Ms. Lorincz on
June 3rd of 2023 and June 6th of 2023, right?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed it for accuracy purposes to make sure that they were consistent with what Ms. Lorincz told you on those 2 different dates, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, both interviews are pretty long, right?
Yes, they are.
So you obviously didn't memorize everything that you said in all of them, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you several questions about the 2 conversations that you had with Ms. Lorincz. There may be some things that you don't remember, correct?
That's correct.
So would having a copy of those transcripts help you refresh your recollection? Should there be a question that I ask that you don't remember?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
This is the June 3rd transcript, and this is the June 6th transcript, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Just leave them there unless you need them, okay? Just
Okay.
leave them there until you need
Yes,
them.
sir.
Thank you.
And what I'm going to do, just to make this quicker, when I ask the question, I'm going to refer like what area in the transcript it's at, in case you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll start off with June 3rd. Now, on June 3rd, another detective was with you. His name is Detective Kip Peterson, right?
Correct.
And he was with you throughout the interview with Ms. Lorincz?
On and off. He
On and off,
left
okay.
the room a couple times. Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lorincz told you that her birthday was July 23rd of 1964, is that right?
From what I recall, it's correct.
Okay. And at that point, that would make her 58, almost 59 years old, right?
I'm not great at math, but that sounds about right.
Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. I wouldn't be able to remember that on the spot too, so I hear you. And obviously, Ms. Lorincz told you that she had problems with the deceased Ms. Owens in the past, right?
That's correct.
And she told you that Ms. Owens had actually thrown a no trespassing sign at her, correct?
That's correct.
And she told you that she had some medical problems, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Including that her neck was fused, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you, Ms. Lorincz told you that Ms. Owens came to her door and just started banging so hard that everything starts shaking, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lorincz tells you that she tells Ms. Owens that she really needs to leave, and then Ms. Owens tells her that I'm going to fucking kill you as she continues to bang away. Is that right?
And we're speaking about the night of the incident on the
Yes,
second.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. She did tell me that.
Okay. And Ms. Lorincz told you that Ms. Owens banged so hard it looked like her door was going to fly off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lorincz told you that she really thought Ms. Owens was going to kill her, correct?
Yes, sir. She did.
Ms. Lorincz told you that she really feared for her life. Is that right?
She did tell me that. Yes.
And she told you about her health condition that she had regarding an aneurysm on her left kidney artery where she's supposed to stay calm because of it. Is that right?
She did. Yes.
She told you that she told you all this was going on while all this was going on in regard to Miss Owens banging on her door and pounding her door, that she was shaking, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you that Miss Owens was trying to come inside, correct?
She said that she believed that Miss Owens was trying to come inside the house.
And Susan told you that Miss Owens was trying to push in the door. Is that right?
So I don't remember her saying that. I just remember her using the terminology as banging on the door.
Okay. If you'd like to refresh your recollection, that is on the June 3rd transcript on page 13, lines 6 through 7. Page 13, June 3rd transcript. And that's lines 6 through 7. And just review that, and then I'll ask the question.
Yes, sir.
Susan, Miss Lorincz told you that Miss Owens was trying to push in the door. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, she's telling Miss Owens to leave, right?
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Miss Owens keeps telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I'm going to fucking kill you. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's what she told me.
Miss Lorincz also told you, as all this was going on, that she was scared and terrified. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lorincz told you that Miss Owens was screaming for all she was worth, right?
Yes, sir.
And Miss Lorincz told you she was asking Miss Owens to stop, but she didn't, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you informed her that Miss Owens had passed away, that is when she started weeping and crying. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Miss Lorincz told you that all of this occurred because Miss Owens was pounding on her door and she thought she was going to come in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lorincz told you that Miss Owens was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of her. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she told you that she was an absolute terror, is that right?
She did tell me that, yes.
Ms. Lorincz told you that Ms. Owens was violent, right?
Oh, I don't recall her saying that she was violent.
If you go to page 30 of that first June 3rd deposition,
Yes,
line
sir.
23, sir. And take your time, please. Page 30, line 23.
Okay.
She told you that Ms. Owens was violent, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you that she was fearful for her life, right?
She did say that, yes.
Ms. Lorincz told you that the door was broken, the whole side panel, even before this incident occurred, correct?
She did.
And she told you that as Ms. Owens was pounding on the door, she was pounding it so hard that everything was just rattling, and it sounded like a horse kick, it was so loud, right?
She did say it was rattling, yes, sir.
And she told you it sounded like a horse kick, right?
I don't recall that.
Page 32 of that same transcript, lines 19 through 21, if you'd like to refresh your recollection.
You said page 32, I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, page 32, lines 19 through 21.
Yes, all right.
She told you that she felt like she was in mortal danger, correct?
She did, yes, sir.
She told you that she usually has a chair propped up against the door, but she didn't have it that night or have the chain on her door either, right?
Correct.
She told you that as Miss Owens is pounding on that door, that she could actually physically see her door moving. Is that right?
She did say that, yes.
She told you that she absolutely feared for her life and that it was either me or her, right?
She did tell me that, yes.
She told you that it was dark outside, her lights were off, and Miss Owens is pounding on the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
She told you that she felt like she was in imminent danger. Is that right?
Yes, she did.
She told you that Miss Owens had pounded on the door once before in the past and had actually damaged the door. Is that right?
I don't recall her saying that she was the one that damaged it.
Page 42 of that first page 42 of that first transcript, lines 2 through 4.
Okay.
Yes, sir? She told you that Miss Owens in the past had pounded on the door and had damaged the door, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you that she thought Miss Owens was coming through the door because everything was shaking, and even the mirror that was on the wall was shaking as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, you told her that it was not safe for her to go back to her house after this incident, right?
I said that I did not believe that it was safe for her to go back to her house, yes.
Okay. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about the June 6, 2023 interaction that you had with Ms. Lorincz. The transcript is right there if you need to refresh your recollection. If you do, just let me know what page and what line, and we'll work it out, okay?
Yes, sir.
On that day, June 6 of 2023, she again, Ms. Lorincz, told you that day, Ms. Owens told her on the night of the incident that she was going to kill her, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you again on that day, June 6 of 2023, that she thought Ms. Owens was going to break down the door, correct?
Correct.
She told you on that day, June 6 of 2023, that her heart was pounding and that she thought that Ms. Owens was going to kill her, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you on this day that if Ms. Owens was to come into her residence, that she would pound her. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Ms. Lorincz told you on that day that if Ms. Owens was to come into her residence, that Ms. Owens would pound her into the ground. Is that right?
She said that's what she believed would happen, yes.
Yes, sir. Ms. Lorincz told you, June 6th of 2023, that she told Ms. Owens as she was banging on the door that she was trespassing and to leave, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Lorincz told you on this June 6th of 2023 interaction that you had with her that when Ms. Owens was banging and banging on the door, screaming at her, that she was going to kill her, that Ms. Lorincz felt that Ms. Owens was literally going to come into her house and kill her, correct?
Correct.
She told you in this follow-up statement that Ms. Owens had picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at her, right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Owens told you and Detective Pinder that one of the times that Ms. Owens told her, "I'm going to kill you," is when she fired the weapon, right?
That's correct.
She told you that after she told Ms. Owens to stop, 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 go away, move away, and she wouldn't move away, that's when she shot, right?
I would have to review the transcript on that.
Page 31 of that June 6 transcript, lines 2 through 3.
And you said, I'm sorry, 21?
Yes, sir. Page 31.
31.
Yes, sir. Lines 2 through 3.
Yes, sir.
She told you that after she told Ms. Owens to stop, 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 go away, and she wouldn't move away, that's when she shot, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you on that day that she was terrified that Ms. Owens was going to come in her home and kill her, right?
She did say that, yes.
She explained to both of you that what she remembered was Ms. Owens was pounding and screaming and yelling, right?
Correct.
She also told you that the door was repaired and re-repaired, so she never felt that the door was secure, correct?
She did say that, yes.
She told you in this second statement that she had a fusion in her neck and a laminectomy in her lower back, and she had this knee that goes backwards, right?
Yes, she did.
And she also had a torn rotator cuff, right?
I believe I remember that from the second interview, yes.
Yes, sir. And she told you, and I quote, "I did what I thought I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I thought. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was sheer terror," correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your review of Susan's phone, it does not appear she deleted any data. Is that right?
That's correct.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
With the defendant, you indicated that you felt it wasn't safe for her to go back to that residence, right?
That's correct.
Was that because she had just shot a member of that community and the community was upset about it?
That's correct.
During your interviews with her, did the defendant tell you that the door, the metal door we see here in the courtroom, was closed when she fired?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you the lock on the door was engaged when she fired?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you the deadbolt as well was engaged when she fired?
Yes, sir.
When you were there on scene, did you see any evidence of fresh damage to the door jamb?
No, I did not.
You mentioned earlier when Mr. Franz was asking you some questions that you saw some putty there.
That's correct.
Did you also see new strike plates put in
They appeared to be newer than the door.
for both the lock of the door and the deadbolt?
Yes, sir.
Were those strike plates, did they have screws screwed into the frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any splinters, wood fragments, anything to suggest there was damage caused by this incident on the floor?
No, I did not.
Did you see any wood splinters, shards, shavings, anything to indicate there was fresh damage from this incident from the door jamb?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Detective. No
May
questions.
we approach?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
have you step out just for a few minutes, and we'll come back in a few minutes. All right, you want 1 second. All right, the door is closed. Just because at times we're at the bench here, I just want the record to be clear. First of all, regarding the objection on the door, you objected because I guess there was some of the damage had been repaired.
Yes, sir.
What I found is that despite the repair, you can still see where the bullet hole was, which is relevant in this case. So that's why I overruled your objection to that and let it into evidence. You have an additional matter you want to bring up with the court at this time?
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxman, in redirect examination, specifically asked Detective Stith why it was that he felt that Miss Lorincz couldn't go back to her home, and he said, I believe that she was in danger because of she had shot someone in the community was upset, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that question and his answer in redirect opens the door for a issue that Your Honor ruled was not admissible, i.e. that after the fact, Miss Lorinc's door was well, not damaged, but it was painted over, not painted over, I'm sorry. There were negative things that were put on the door about Miss Lorincz and that her home was burglarized. I believe now that the door has been opened, that we should be allowed to ask Detective Stith about that. But before I did that, I wanted to discuss it with Your Honor to make sure Your Honor gave us permission to go forward. So that is our request, and we believe the door has been opened on that issue.
Is there any indication that any of the people who were witnesses here in the trial did any of the damage?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what relevance would it have that after the whole thing's over, some person or persons may have damaged the door?
Well, Your Honor, the relevance is that, the community was upset with, Miss Lorincz after the fact, and before the fact too, which is clear from the evidence that's been presented, and it would go to one of the reasons why Miss Lorincz was upset and why she did, and why she felt that she had to shoot through that door. So it goes to her state of mind as well, and it's evidence of why she had fear before this incident occurred because of the issues in the community with her.
And Judge,
Well, oh sure, go ahead.
if I could just put on the record, so when Mr. Buxman asked Detective Stith why the reason he believed it wasn't safe for her to go back to her home, I think that then opens the door for the defense to be also able to question him about, well, also, as a matter of fact, Miss Lorinc's home was burglarized very shortly after this incident, where there was writing on the door, her windows were damaged. I think that explains a little bit of the reason why somebody painted over the door, which has already been come out into evidence. But I think by Mr. Buxman specifically asking this witness that question as to his opinion, you can't just give part of the answer to say, well, it's because there was a shooting of somebody in the community's upset, and leave out the second part, and also this community burglarized her home. So I think by asking that question, Mr. Buxman opened the door that we should be now allowed to bring in this additional reason.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, my question was in response to Mr. Carranza's question on cross-examination about the interview with him specifically telling her on June 3rd that it was not, he didn't think it was safe for her to go back. My question followed up and focused solely on that statement on June 3rd as far as why he said that to her. That in no way opens the door to something that happened days or potentially weeks after he made that statement to her at the interview. One has nothing to do with the other. So the door is not even close to being opened. And secondarily, what some unknown person may have done after the fact to this door has no relevance whatsoever as to why he made that statement on June 3rd.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
Judge, just that the state's own evidence, they played the interview where the detective specifically said to Susan Lorincz, I don't feel like it's safe. So we didn't open any door on cross. They already elicited that testimony during the direct and their interview. I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. Well, it's a fair enough point. It was brought out. It was in the interview, which we've all had lots of litigation over this interview, and no one has really mentioned that as being problematic in any way. Mr. Carranza then questioned him about it. In addition to the fact that it was played, he also brought it out again, and the state asked a single question regarding that. So, yes, it was played in the state's evidence, but it was then highlighted by the defense. But more importantly, I'm not sure what anyone is referring to when they say the community, because as far as I know, there's no evidence of who damaged the door or wrote anything afterwards. So to attribute that to any particular group of people is without evidence, right? We're just saying, the most any of us can say is that somebody after the fact damaged the door. That's the most any of us can say. However, I don't find that to be relevant to any of the particular issues in this case, particularly the issue of self-defense, because it happened after the fact. So it could not have been on her mind at the time of the offense. There's no evidence of who did what, so I don't find it to be relevant. I note your objection. Is there any additional questions you'd like to ask this person before he's released?
Judge, can we just do a proffer real quick while the jury's out?
Sure.
Do you want to just proffer? Sure.
Detective, after the fact, after this incident, were you, either through your investigation or other people, other individuals that work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office, did you come to find out that there was damage caused to Ms. Lorinc's door and her property, or the property that she rented?
Yes, sir.
And what damage was caused?
I couldn't really speak to that. I was working this investigation that we're discussing today. I was told through other detectives who responded out to the scene to conduct further interviews and canvass the neighborhood, that while they were there, they were alerted to some damage that had been done to the defendant's property. I didn't respond that day. I didn't see the damage myself. I was just told.
What were you told in regard to the damage?
There may have been some broken windows and some things spray painted on the front door.
Do you know if the house itself was burglarized? In other words, did anyone go in and either take property, destroy property inside, anything like that?
I don't know.
Any other information that you received besides the writings on the wall and some broken windows?
No, sir.
No further questions.
I just want to put a couple questions in the record, Judge, and then I'm
Sure.
done. So this damage that was done to the door at Susan Lorinc's house, that was done before you actually went out and collected the door?
Yes.
And is that the reason why the door was painted over, was because of that language or that damage?
I don't know why it was repainted.
Okay, that was done before you collected it?
Yes.
In addition to the reasons I gave originally, I would point out that this witness has no personal knowledge of what he's testified about. It's all hearsay, because he said he didn't witness anything. Everything he testified to, he was told by somebody else, which would also make a hearsay. So, again, overrule the objection. Anyone have any other questions for this particular witness?
Not from the state.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Transcripts.
You have another witness, right?
Yes, sir.
The jury's already out on break. I was going to give us a break anyway, so we'll take about 10 minutes or so. 10, 15. We'll give you 15 minutes, everybody. All right, thank you. Fly back. That's not our class. I'll know where we're at.
That's what it was, I know.
You were trying so hard. Everyone's like looking at you like, hurry up.
See, that's what I'm talking about, defendant.
Yeah, then that's, that I'm fully aware of. Which is really fun to do.
Yeah.
I've done it, it's a blast.
I know. Like, all right, you really want good on that? I'm gonna see if I.
You getting out of work again?
Yes, that's CT 40.
Yeah.
Session.
See everybody. We'll go back on the record. State versus Susan Lorincz. Are we ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see Ms. Lorincz is out here. We ready for the jurors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring them back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to proceed.
State calls Jesse Eubanks.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jesse Newbanks. That's Newbanks.
Where do you work?
I'm the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am the Senior Digital Forensic Technician assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division.
What does that mean? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So generally speaking, I conduct extraction and analysis of items containing digital evidence. So everything from cell phones, tablets, DVR systems, vehicles. Pretty much if it has a power button, it can contain evidence that comes to my office.
How long have you been with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office, a little over 8 years.
And how long have you been in this current position?
In this position, a little over 7.
Can you describe for the jury your training and your background that allows you to do this type of job?
So in short, I have a Master's of Science from the University of South Florida, specializing in digital forensics, specifically in cybersecurity, as well as a graduate certificate in digital forensics from the University of South Florida. Collectively, I have about 1,200 hours worth of specialized training in the fields of digital forensics and cybersecurity, and approximately 20 different certifications in those fields.
Have you, in the course of your job at the Sheriff's Office, had the opportunity to extract data from a cell phone?
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times you've done that?
Last check, it was a little over 1,500.
And have you been, what type of programs do you generally use when extracting data?
Generally, we use 2 programs, either Cellbrite or a system called Key.
Have you been trained in how to use those programs?
I have. Of those certifications, some of them are for those 2.
Can you describe just some of the training that you've gone to, how long it was, that kind of thing?
Sure. So I hold 3 certifications through Cellbrite itself. Ultimately, they're capstone certifications, a Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. That requires both a knowledge-based skill test and actual practical hands-on exercises to actually be able to pass that, plus verified work experience, things of that nature. So I hold that through Cellbrite, as well as Key Certified Operator through Magnet now, and the company called Key.
1 second. You slow down.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the field of digital forensics before in court?
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I believe it's twice.
Your Honor, I ask the witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics in this case.
Yes, ma'am. One second. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out just for a second. Thank you. All right, so the actual motion by the state was to have him found to be an expert. Sounds like you're not really challenging his expertise, but more in the nature of what his actual testimony would be.
Yes, Judge, and I need to check and see if Mr. Newbanks was listed as an expert witness by the state, but when I conducted Mr. Newbanks' deposition, it was very short. I asked him if he had performed a phone extraction. He said yes. I asked him if he performed any analysis on the phone whatsoever, and he told me no, and that was his involvement. So now it seems like the state is trying to qualify him as an expert witness to have him give an opinion on specific items from the phone, so the defense was not put on notice regarding this.
Was there some sort of report generated by the person?
There were, Your Honor. There were two reports that had sent discovery and provided to the defense.
Does anyone have one? Do you have a report, or?
And if you could just put on the record when it was sent and what supplemental.
I know I emailed it to the defense.
So if I understand it, he does an extraction. The extraction generates this printout. This looks like some sort of printout from, it says extraction report, Cellbrite extraction report. And now he's simply going to read the timestamps that are listed. Is that what's the date where it says created?
Generally, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, so he's then, I guess it's my understanding of what you wanted him to do, and you can correct me where I'm wrong, is he's created an extraction. The extraction is in the form of a printout, and the only analysis you want him to do is actually just read the printout as to the timestamps.
Primarily, the focus is twofold. Number one, he analyzed the times and durations of the two 911 calls in this case that appear on her phone. And
Okay.
secondly,
Where are they on here?
that should be on either the first or the last page of that report. There are two separate reports.
Okay.
One's a very short one page showing those two calls, and the other, I believe, is like 4 or 5 pages showing the different videos.
1 second. I'm gonna take a short break.
Yes, sir.
some emergency.
I think we've resolved the issue. I'm not
Okay.
gonna ask Jesse Newbanks any opinion questions. The only potential concern I had was about the timestamps. It's really not opinion testimony. The issue's taken care of, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. No, so I guess I had to go back. Are you gonna object to him being qualified as an expert? Or you're not, simply
I'm
not
not
gonna
gonna
ask?
seek to qualify him as an expert, Your Honor.
Okay, no problem. We'll bring the jurors back in.
And the question was about the report being provided. There was a report provided, I believe, August 8th in an email to the defense. The reports I'm referring to and seeking to introduce.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, what now? What'd you say? Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to June 6th of 2023. Were you contacted by lead detective Ryan Stith in this case to extract certain data off of a phone belonging to Susan Lorincz?
I was.
And how did you come to be in possession of the phone?
The device was currently secured in the Digital Evidence Lab's secured storage facility where I obtained it to execute a search warrant.
Showing most of the introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 18. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
This would be the one.
Sorry?
That's correct.
Is that the phone that you examined?
It is.
And you said you examined that pursuant to a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
Did that search warrant allow you to look into the phone and extract certain specific data from the phone?
It did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you went through in extracting the data off of that phone?
So very broadly speaking, we take the cellular device and we connect it to any of our forensic workstations or whatever tool we're using at that time, and that allows us to gain access to certain data within the phone itself.
What type of information did you extract from the phone that's relevant to what we're going to be talking about here?
So ultimately, we conducted an extraction of various different types of artifacts from the phone itself, but specifically we were looking at videos and things like that within the search warrant as outlined within it.
Were there any problems with your extraction?
None I can recall.
Once you extracted the data, what did you do with that information?
So that information is loaded into a digital report and it's provided to the case agent for his review.
Would that be Detective Stith?
That is correct.
All right. During your extraction, did you locate any videos that came from a blink camera mounted inside of a sliding glass door of the defendant's residence?
We did.
Can you explain to the jury how a blink camera works and how it interacts with a cell phone?
So generally speaking, those cameras operate kind of isolated from the phone itself. They operate on a system, record video, send it up to a cloud or some form of a server as run by that application provider. Then the phone is simply using an application to access that data.
And a blink camera is like a security camera?
Correct.
Okay. If someone accesses that blink application from their cell phone, is that video or that data placed onto the cell phone somehow?
There is information, yes.
How does that work?
So follow with me if you will. Most applications, because as humans we generally are impatient, they will try to do their best to help ease user interaction with those specific apps. So taking Blink for example, when you load up the Blink app on your cell phone, it will load in what we call cache information to your cellular device. It's done by the application, not necessarily by the user. But it's done so that every time you go back into that application, things that were there before are already there and you don't have to wait for it to reload. Think about it if you're looking at Instagram or Facebook, anything you had looked at previously is already there next time you go back into it and it just loads the new stuff. It caches all that data to the phone and we're able to see that data when we do our forensic extractions.
Slow down a little bit.
I apologize.
When you examined the Blink camera data from the phone, did you locate any camera footage from the nighttime?
No, we did not.
Can you explain why there would not be footage from the nighttime in this situation?
So what we did find in some of these videos is that the cameras themselves were either mounted or placed behind a glass window. At night, these cameras operate off of infrared. So the light turns on, but because the camera's behind a piece of glass, it's actually reflecting the infrared back at the camera itself, so the camera's effectively blind. We did locate a number of videos indicating that was it, and we didn't find any videos from the nighttime itself.
So did you find any blink videos showing either the shooting or what happened just before because of that very problem?
None that I saw, no.
Did you locate some photos on, or some videos on the cell phone that were taken directly from the cell phone itself?
We did.
Did you also locate evidence on Ms. Lorinz's phone that she had called 911 on 2 separate occasions on June 2nd, 2023?
We did.
As far as the 911 calls, how does a phone store that information?
So generally speaking, phones will store that information in the database itself. Specifically, the database we looked at for this is the call history, specifically the call logs.
Does the phone itself record the exact time that the call is made?
It does.
Does it record the duration of the call?
It does.
And how does it do that?
So generally speaking, it's from the timestamp of the phone itself when the call is made, and then the duration until it is hung up and terminated.
And how do we know that timestamp is accurate?
It's based off of the phone itself, connecting to the cellular provider.
Could the phone have the wrong time on it or something?
It's possible, but generally speaking with the phones, they actually obtain accurate time from the cellular provider based off of where you're at in the world, so they're generally accurate.
Was a report generated showing these 2 911 calls that occurred on June 2nd of 2023, the dates, the times, and the duration of those calls based on the information you extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
There was a report made, yes.
Was a report generated also showing certain videos captured from her actual cell phone that appeared during your extraction process?
There was.
And did that report show videos taken from her cell phone from about 7:21 and 14 seconds p.m. until about 8:53, 32 seconds p.m. on June 2nd of 2023?
That is correct.
Showing you the marked state exhibit X. You recognize that report and the disc that's attached to it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Has my initials on both.
Okay. Have you reviewed the report before?
I have.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the information you extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
In reference to these items, yes.
And we mentioned some videos. Have you reviewed the disc that's attached to that exhibit?
That is correct.
What's on that disc?
They are the videos as referenced in the report itself.
Okay. And about how many videos are located on that report?
I believe there's 11.
Does the report show what looks to be like duplicate entries of the same video?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury why that would be the case?
So on phones themselves, the operating systems of the phones will move things about and do things to, again, ease user access. We go back to that cache data we were talking about with the Blink application. Specifically, we find the exact same videos in 2 separate locations on the phone. One within the DCIM folder, stands for Digital Camera Image. It's a general rule of thumb, if you will, when it comes to actually taking photos. The other one we find within a cache folder of the actual file system for the Apple operating system itself. It's the exact same video, just located in 2 separate places on the phone, so we report in both.
And why do you report them both?
Just so that we can talk about both of them existing.
Okay, and you mentioned the word cache again. What is that?
Mm-hmm. That's done by the phone and the operating system itself, not necessarily by the user.
This time you're on the State would move State's Exhibit X into evidence as 22.
Over the objection, given evidence as states number 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can have access to the TV room.
You ready to go?
Yes, sir. All right, I'm showing you the first page of that report that we just looked at. Can you just explain to the jury what we're looking at so they'll understand?
Sure. So as you can see at the first line, it's labeled as number 1, and then subsequently after that, you have 1 with a 1 in parentheses, and then a 1 with a 2 in parentheses. That goes back to what I was just talking about the duplicate videos. So it shows one video, it's the exact same video based off of that hash value. Essentially what that is a algorithmic, talk of it as a fingerprint for those specific files. Shows that they're the exact same thing. Underneath that, it shows us the name and location, as well as any metadata associated with the videos as we found them. So that is for
metadata? Before you go on, what is metadata?
metadata is generally data about data. Think of it as a subset of information about the specific file we're talking about. So in this case, it's the created, modified, and access times, as well as the path and the name for these videos we're looking at. On this screen right here, it's the two sets for items number 1 and 2 with their duplicates for the videos we're looking at here.
And what is it meant by created, modified access times?
Yes, ma'am. Overrule the objection.
These terms are probably self-explanatory, but what does created mean?
Generally, it's when that video was created on the storage medium, in this case, the phone.
What about modified?
When it was last changed or edited.
And what about accessed?
Generally speaking, when it was last viewed or seen.
I want to go through those 11 videos that you extracted from the phone.
Okay.
Did you locate a video on June 2nd, 2023 at 7:21:14 p.m.?
We did. That's the first video.
And are many of these videos very, very short?
That is correct.
Okay. So this first video, according to the report you have, occurred at 7:21:14 p.m.?
That is correct.
Based on your extracted data from the phone, what time was the first 911 call made on her phone on that day?
Going to that page of the report, the first 911 call was at approximately 8:54:09 p.m. on 16.
How do you know that these videos were taken directly from her cell phone?
So, again, going back to the specific file path we were talking about, they actually show that they were from the actual phone itself, and there is metadata within the report to show that it was from a specific make and model of the phone to which it lives.
Showing you a photo that you found from at 7:30:12 p.m. Was there a photo at 7:30:36 p.m. as well?
There is videos.
Is there a photo or a video at 7:58:59 p.m.?
There is.
There's nothing to record!
Line up, let's go!
Good.
8:33 and 34 seconds PM.
We did.
Did you locate a video at 8:33 and 59 seconds PM?
We did.
What about a photo at 8:34 and 57 seconds PM? A video, excuse me.
We did.
How about a video at 8:49 and 49 seconds PM?
We did.
Was that video only like a second long?
I believe so.
Was there another video 2 seconds later at 8:49 and 51 seconds?
That is correct.
Now, if this video was at 8:59 and 51 seconds, is that about 5 minutes before the first 911 call was made?
That is correct.
Did you locate a video at 8:50 and 37 seconds PM?
We did.
And finally, did you locate a video at 8:53 and 32 seconds PM?
We did.
Is that last video about 30 seconds before the first 911 call was made?
It appears so, yes, sir.
You mentioned that you also extracted the data regarding the 2 911 calls made by the defendant's phone on the evening of June 2nd, 2023, right?
That is correct.
What do we see on this page of the report?
This is specifically those 2 911 calls, their timestamps and durations.
And does the report, the extraction data from her phone show the time that the first 911 call was made?
It does.
And what time was it again?
That was timestamped at 8:54:09 p.m. So, yeah, UTC, and it lasted approximately 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay. We see that under the number 1 column.
Correct.
So if that first call was made at 8:54:09 and lasted 4 minutes and 55 seconds, about when would that phone have disconnected?
Approximately 5 minutes after, so roughly 8:59 p.m.
According to your extraction results, when was the second 911 call made?
That was made at 9:01 and 37 seconds p.m.
So about how long between when the first 911 call was hung up and the second call was made?
Approximately 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination? Is he excused?
He is, Your Honor.
Sir, are you excused? Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Buxman?
That witness back?
Thank you. State restaurant.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Florida has rested its case. However, the trial is not over. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room, and we'll go over a few things here, and then we'll see who the next witness is going to be. Right now, go back with leave your notepads here, and go back with the bailiff, and we'll have you out as soon as we can, okay? All right, so the state has rested its case. Jurors are outside the courtroom.
Mayor, I'm doing the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Either way you want.
Can I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense moves for a judgment of acquittal, based on the evidence that's presented in the light most favorable to the state. The state has failed to satisfy its burden in this case. The case law is clear that once a prima facie showing of self-defense is made, that the state has the burden of disproving that she acted in self-defense, that Ms. Lorincz acted in self-defense, beyond a reasonable doubt. So the evidence today has failed to meet that burden. The state's evidence showed that there had been prior violence from Ms. Owens. There was a battery where she threw a sign. There were prior trespasses. There were prior threats. Those came from multiple state witnesses, including, I guess, through the officer from Ms. Owens herself. The confrontation on June 2nd was started by Ms. Owens approaching Ms. Lorinc's residence. There's also evidence of Ms. Lorinc's attempts at disengaging, both in the past and on June 2nd, by telling her, "Get off my property," trespassing, and attempting to use other means to get this confrontation stopped. It's also supported by the evidence afterwards that she surrendered to Deputy Stringer and to Trainee Barboza, that she called 911, and that she gave full statements to law enforcement and follow-ups at the detective's requests. And I present to the court some case law on the matter. Jenkins v. State, 942 Southern 2nd, 910. It's a Florida 2nd DCA case from 2006. The facts in that case are a little bit different, other than the banging on the door. It's also a case where the victim was banging on the door. In that case, the defendant actually had two residences, two mobile homes that were next to each other, and the victim was banging on the door to the residence that the defendant did not live in, but was owned by him. And in that case, the court denied the motion for judgment of acquittal, and
Well, in that case, it looks like wasn't there like some sort of punch thrown?
Yes.
Like the victim actually punched the defendant first?
Yes, that's correct. The facts are somewhat different from this case, and he was not inside the residence at the time, and they do go through that. The reason that I cited that case is it also has a nice recap of a lot of the Florida cases regarding self-defense, starting on page 6. It talks about 7 Florida cases that have reversed convictions based on the state's failure to rebut a prima facie case of self-defense, and then goes through kind of the facts of each of those, that in a circumstance where, I think they're talking about all these cases here. Thompson, which talks about a case where there's a fight where the defendant has backed up, brandished a gun at an aggressor, but the aggressor continued to approach, that kind of scenario. So it does a good job at kind of explaining the circumstances under which the state has or has not rebutted cases of self-defense. And then it also talks about circumstances where the courts have properly denied a motion for judgment of acquittal.
So refusing to acquit defendants based on claims of self-defense are materially distinguished in certain scenarios, like when a defendant's brother threatened to kill him during an argument, then the defendant drove away and returned later with a rifle, that was distinguished. In those kinds of cases, the courts have properly denied a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay.
Additionally, I provided to the court SR v. State 11 Southern 3rd 442. It's a third DCA case from 2009. This is not a, this is a self-defense case, but it is not a deadly force case. This is a juvenile case where the evidence in that case was that the juvenile defendant, who I believe was a female, was in a circumstance where she was in a hallway and her stepfather, who had prior acts of violence, was blocking her exit, and she kind of pushed past him on her way to the door, and the court found her guilty of a battery, and the appellate court reversed and said that self-defense does not focus on whether an act was purposeful, it's whether or not an act was done to defend oneself against the imminent use of force. And in that case, similar to this case, there was testimony of prior acts of violence, and there was testimony that she was aware of those, prior acts of violence. And so the court found that the denial for judgment of acquittal was unreasonable, and they reversed. And then the last case that I cited is McGriff v. State. This is an older case. It's 341 Southern 2nd, 1036. It's a fourth DCA case from 1977. The reason that I wanted to bring that case to the court's attention is that in that case, they talk about the circumstance where the behavior of the defendant after the shooting happened, in this case, also tends to support the claim of self-defense, which is like the case here. In that case, I guess the victim was intoxicated. The defendant initially pulled out a gun and fired a warning shot, and the victim continued to approach, and then there ended up being a scuffle, and the gun discharged, and subsequent to that, the defendant ordered that someone take him to the hospital, and then the defendant turned himself in, and he gave a full statement to law enforcement. So for those reasons, I would ask that the court grant the defense motion for judgment of acquittal.
What's the state's position?
In the incident case, the state has established a prima facie case to go to the jury, establish the Owens manslaughter. We've established that the crime happened in Marion County, that the victim was Owens, by stipulation was in fact the victim in this case. She's deceased. We've established that she is deceased because the defendant, by her own admissions, fired a gun through the door. The projectile struck the victim, and the victim died as a result of that. That her own testimony shows an intentional act was committed by pulling the trigger. There's no indication it was accidental or something to that effect. Additionally, based on the facts and circumstances of this case, we've established that the decision to fire that firearm would constitute culpable negligence. As far as the self-defense aspect goes, Your Honor, the defense has provided, I believe, 3 cases, all of which are very factually distinguishable from the instant case. Here, the instant case, we have the defendant behind a closed, locked, deadbolted door, and we have verbal statements by the victim and some hounding. Clearly, a reasonable jury could find that there is no imminent threat towards the defendant at the time that she chose to shoot the gun, and as well as there is no imminent ability or attempt for the victim to engage in a forcible felony. Even if this court assumes she was trespassing, it's not a forcible felony, it would justify the use of deadly force. I ask the JOA be denied.
All right, well, I've listened to the evidence quite carefully and taken notes, especially on issues I thought would be relevant to the defense and to what I understood would eventually be a motion for judgment of acquittal. I do find that the evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, which is the proper standard at this point in the trial, that the state was able to present competent, substantial evidence that could overcome Ms. Lawrence's self-defense claim, and also produce competent substantial evidence which would support a verdict for manslaughter. So I will deny the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal, and we will move on from there.
Yes, sir.
I know you have at least some witnesses or witness available today? Okay.
We have one witness here.
All right.
Your Honor, before we go any further, the defense, before the last witness testified, may have said enough to trigger an allegation of a discovery violation. By report, I'm not sure if they're still pursuing that, considering that we did send them the report well before the witness testified. I'm concerned that if there is an allegation of discovery violation, an appellate court may look at that. There was no Richardson hearing conducted.
Judge, no, the defense, just so it's clear for the record, the defense did receive both reports from Mr. Buxman. The defense is only concerned with the fact that they had not listed Jesse Eubanks as an expert witness, and then we're trying to tender him as an expert witness, just so that's clear for the record, and I think that issue was resolved.
So you're not suggesting there's a discovery violation?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're not requesting any sort of any sort of Richardson hearing?
No, sir.
I do find there was no discovery violation. The state provided the extraction reports, which is essentially what Mr. Eubanks testified to. Ultimately, he was not qualified as an expert for any sort of analysis. I think digital forensic technicians are maybe a little different than other types of experts anyways, because typically Mr. Eubanks would be simply reading from an extraction report in this sort of case and then showing what was on the phone, which is a little different than most sort of experts. But ultimately, no one tried to qualify him as an expert. The defense has said there's no discovery violation. I find there's no discovery violation. Therefore, I find there's no reason to conduct a Richardson hearing, and we'll move on with the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But you just have one person here, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. I'll let the jury know they'll come early, and we'll go from there, okay? But I do want to go over some, after that, once the jury's excused, see if we can get as close as possible to getting the instructions done. Is that good for everybody? I think
Yes,
I have the last instruction. I would request, there is another instruction that can be read subsequent to jury verdicts regarding that jurors have a right to not talk to the press. I don't know the number of it. It's somewhere in the instructions. I do think that may be appropriate to read in this case.
Yes, sir.
Standard instruction?
It's in the standard instructions, I believe.
We'll find it.
No idea what number it is. I can probably look later on this evening, but it just informs jurors that it's their right to not comment on the case. Yeah, I think it informs them they have a right to comment on the case, but they have a right not to comment. And that may be appropriate in this case.
Yes, sir.
So it's read only after a verdict comes, regardless of what the verdict is. So it's not read to them prior to making a verdict. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If you can't find it, I'll find it. I've seen it before. But I don't have all the numbers memorized, that's my guess. All right, so let me go down. And any changes that we make to jury instructions, just send me the instructions that are final. I don't need all the other ones again. Like whoever sent me the last packet sent me all the preliminaries and everything else.
That was me.
Huh?
That was me.
I wasn't blaming anybody. I threw it out there as a whoever, so you know, if you want to confess, it's fine with me, but it's just that I don't want to keep throwing away pieces of paper.
Yes, sir.
You know, pile of unnecessary paperwork. We'll bring the jurors back in, and then we'll excuse them after the witness. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, the state has rested their case. The defense has one witness they want to call. After that witness, we're going to take a recess for the day. You'll get to go home early. And then I'll see you same time, same place tomorrow, okay? Go ahead.
The defense called Rosalie Smith.
What's the first name?
Rosalie.
Rosalie?
Yes, sir.
If you could raise your right hand for me.
Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you please introduce yourself for the jury?
Rosalie Smith
Ms. Smith, where do you currently live?
at 1724 Southwest 107th Lane.
Do you live in apartment 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that here in Ocala?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were living back in June of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived out there?
Since sorry.
That's okay.
Since December of 2021.
Did you move here from California?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were born and raised?
Yeah.
Where was the last place that you lived in California?
Roseville.
The neighborhood that you live in now, can you describe it for me?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out just for a little bit again, sorry. All right, the jury is outside the courtroom. I'll have a proffer of her testimony.
Sure. I'll do the proper first.
Sure.
The neighborhood that you live in now, can you describe it for me?
It's, I don't know, it's less than mid, it's a little bit above the hood. How's that?
Have you described it as one step away or a step away from the hood?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, there's been several witnesses so far that have testified to this. I think Ms. Costa may have said that as well, and I think one of the deputies, I think it was Deputy Stringer, had testified that the neighborhood was troublesome. It kind of goes to Ms. Lawrence's state of mind, so I think that this testimony is relevant.
What's the state's position on that?
Here again, I would object with her characterizing the neighborhood as one step away from the hood. One, I don't believe that's relevant to the issue of self-defense between the issues of the victim and the defendant. Two, I believe any type of characterization like that is more prejudice than it is probative of anything. And I think I know also in her deposition she talks about, gunshots in the neighborhood and things like that. And I just think this is an improper characterization of the neighborhood. That's.
I don't have the witness. Is that the only question you're gonna ask in those regards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have the witness step outside the courtroom for just a little bit. Referring to someplace as troubled, I mean, lots of places can be troubled. Referring to someplace as a hood clearly has kind of a racial connotation to it. So I don't mind her saying, it's lower economic, it's just a financial term, or that's been troubled, but referring to something as a hood, I think has.
You said lower economic or what? You kind of broke
I mean, like I said, I don't have a problem saying something like, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, so you may have to find another word for her besides hood. But I would say, it's obviously not a financially wealthy area. I mean, it's pretty clear that these are a set of quadruplexes, which typically, at least in this part of Marion County, are not, terribly expensive. Most of them are rental properties. But referring to something as a hood, now I think you're trying to refer to as some sort of racial context or for lack of a better word, some sort of black neighborhood. I mean, that's the clear connotation that I think I would draw from that. And to that extent, I think it's too prejudicial and has no probative value.
I understand.
Because we already have in evidence that it's and I don't know what the situation is regarding anyone else who lived there, but we know that at least this defendant rented there. Sounds like maybe she rents there, so it's a rental community of quadruplexes. So I think it's pretty clear that it's already, not the most wealthy part of the county. But I'm not gonna allow her to refer to something as a hood.
I understand the court's ruling, just for the
Okay.
record, I'm not introducing it for that purpose any way whatsoever. I'm mainly using it to show that this was kind of an unsafe or bad neighborhood. I understand that that's what the court's ruling, I just want to put that on the record, that that's not my intention. I can speak with her.
Yeah, I think you need to find some word other than hood, because then you have suggesting that it's bad because there are African Americans living there, and that's the connotation that comes from that, versus bad because there's people of any race that may do something wrong.
So is the court okay with her saying that it's sort of a lower income neighborhood?
Sure, I think that's pretty much already in evidence. Like I said, most of the quadruplexes I've seen in Marion County are just like this. They're mostly rentals, and people are living there for periods of time, but most of them aren't owned by, I guess they could be, but I don't think most of them are owned by the people who live there. But some could be, but even that, it's not, like I said, it's not like you're living in a mansion, so I think, yeah, sure.
I don't know if Mr. Smith or whoever's the only one who wants to go with me when I'm speaking with her, because technically she's on the same.
Yeah, I think that's, you're interjecting something that doesn't need to be interjected in trial.
She just read it.
Gotta love the appellate lawyer.
Ready for her to return? Ready for her to come back?
Yes, sir.
Bring her back, then we'll bring the jurors. Ready for the jurors? Let's bring them back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to proceed? Thank you.
The neighborhood that you live in now, is that kind of like a lower income neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how far away is your house from Susan Lorinc's house?
I describe it about a football field.
Almost a football field away?
Yes.
Have you ever met Susan Lorincz?
No, ma'am.
Did you know Ajike Owens at all?
No.
Did you ever meet any of the people that were involved in this incident?
No, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about June 2nd, 2023, okay?
Okay.
Where were you when the shooting happened?
I was sitting on an enclosed patio at my apartment.
Was that like a little patio behind like a wooden fence?
Yeah, probably a 6-foot fence.
What did you hear?
I heard a lot of pounding, a lot of yelling, screaming, and then I heard a gunshot.
Did you hear a lot of pounding on a door like it was going to be pushed down?
Yes,
Did you call it like a cop knock?
that's what I call it.
Was it very loud?
Very loud.
Did you hear anyone screaming?
Yes, I heard a woman's voice screaming. To me, it sounded like she was screaming words, but I could not understand any of the words.
Was there a lot of pounding on the door?
Yeah,
And you said you couldn't make out what the person was screaming.
absolutely not.
Was it a female voice screaming?
Yes,
Was the female screaming at the top of her lungs?
probably.
Was it like a pound, 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 let me in kind of thing?
Yeah,
Your Honor, and I would object to the question as a mischaracterization of the witness's earlier testimony.
So ruled.
And speculation.
Did it sound like the woman was really angry?
I would say so, just by hearing her voice.
Now, could you see any of this?
No, ma'am.
So even though you were almost a football field away, you could still hear this?
I could hear it.
How long do you think the pounding went on for?
It seemed like it went on forever. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less, but I mean, I wasn't timing it, but it just went on and on and on.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So Ms. Smith, how are you doing today?
I'd rather not be here, but I'm great.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? One, you said you were in a patio. Were you outside?
I was outside my apartment, yes.
Is there any type of roof or anything above your patio?
No, there's no roof, just a fence.
So you're outside, and defense counsel asked you a question about it was pound, 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 and did it sound like a let me in? But you testified that you didn't hear any specific words, correct?
And none of them.
Yeah. You couldn't make out any words that were said.
No.
So any idea of what might have been said would be purely guessing on your part.
Absolutely.
Pure speculation on your part.
Yes.
And you called 911 in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you only called 911 after you heard the loud sound, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you believe that loud sound to be a gunshot?
Yes, I know what it sounds like.
Okay. And it was only after you heard the gunshot that you called 911?
Right.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you're excused with our thanks. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be done for today. I remind you to put your notebooks down. I also remind you that, the case is not over, so you can't begin to deliberate in any way. We are in recess, so you can, of course, go home or wherever else you want to go. Remember my prior warnings about looking up anything. Please don't look on local news sites or local television where it may be covered. Please don't talk to anyone about the case or let anyone talk to you about the case, okay? If anyone does try to say anything to you, please let us know, and we'll be happy to take care of that for you. Have a very nice day. Thank you. All right. The jury has been excused for today. So, does everyone have a copy of the jury instructions?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
The one, Ms. Sizemore, you sent to me, is that the same one the state sent, or is that a different one, or?
No, it's the same, there was just some grammatical errors that I found, so
Okay.
they asked me to fix them and I did, and I sent them.
Okay, no problem. I'll read it again. I mean, there's always little grammatical errors. Ironically, some of the grammatical errors are in the standard instructions. I don't know why they don't ever fix them. But nevertheless. Okay. Let me know when you guys are ready. Have you, whoever has saved this copy probably needs to follow on the computer so you can send it to me.
I'm doing it, Roman. I got it. Okay.
But do you have the copy that, because you fixed errors, did you send those to him?
I have Ms. Sizemore's copy
Fixed.
open on my computer to edit.
Nothing, if you want to clear a room, just mention jury instructions, and man, you will clear a room. I feel like that's the way they should, deal with riots. When you start reading jury instructions, I can't take that. So, okay. Obviously, we'll read, we'll start with 3.1. Then we'll go to 3.2. Next is 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. I normally don't read the title to that. It just seems like an odd title, Introduction to Homicide.
You're talking about the specific title?
Right.
Okay.
And normally I mean, I don't mind having, I don't mind leaving it there. I'm just saying, I don't usually read it out loud because it's kind of weird
I'll take it out, Judge.
sounding. If you just want to put,
I'll just take it out.
yeah. I feel like an introductory course that,
Law school.
taught to first year law students or something like that. Has everyone looked at 7.1 though?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
I mean, leave in the title is justifiable and excusable homicide. Leave that in.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have any objection to anything on 7.1?
There.
We have 7.7 manslaughter. Have you all looked at 7.7?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, Judge.
Is there any objection to 7.7?
There you go.
3.3A, aggravation of felony by using a firearm. Any objection to that?
No, sir.
Okay. I would just point out that although I think probably people would assume that manslaughter is a firearm, you are identifying the offense as a firearm, but otherwise I'll read it unless someone else huh? It says aggravation of felony by using a firearm.
I mean, I can take that heading out so they're not confused. It's
I mean,
just,
normally we don't identify crimes as either felony or misdemeanor. Although probably people will maybe come to the conclusion that manslaughter is a felony, but if you want me to take it out,
Yeah, we can take that one heading.
I'll
you
take
can just,
it
you can just put the word offense there. Aggravation of offense by using a firearm, or
Okay.
aggravation of crime, whatever you want to put it.
I'll put aggravation of an offense by using a firearm.
Okay. All right. Otherwise, that's fine. 3.6F, justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Have you all looked at that instruction?
Yes, sir, it's pretty, I think it's almost exactly like the one that I had proposed and sent to the state. They just added in that language about the burglary stuff,
Okay.
which I'm not objecting to that.
Yes, Judge.
I'm just reading it as we go along here. The only thing is, do you want to clean up paragraph A because there's no allegation that she was in and was being removed? It would make the sentence a little less cumbersome.
We can do that. We can probably clean it up after.
Yeah, say, the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering a dwelling, residence, or occupied vehicle.
We can take out occupied vehicle.
Yeah, you don't really need occupied vehicles. You can say dwelling or residence.
Okay.
I'd like to add or keep in or had unlawfully and forcibly entered dwelling or residence, and we can leave it like that.
Okay, let me. All right, so you want to say the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering, or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence. Because we don't need occupied vehicle, we don't need, or if that person had removed or was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling, residence, or occupied vehicle. I mean, do you want me to take out that kind of like last part about?
Yeah, just end it at, or residence, period.
Okay, so we don't need.
Well, it would be a
Or,
semicolon.
yeah, semicolon, yeah.
So it would read, the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence.
Semicolon.
I guess you get rid of the comma after dwelling and just put or residence. Because we're taking out the part that says, or if that person had removed or was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling. So you want that last part out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So just to clarify, paragraph A is going to read, the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence, semicolon. Okay, that's all we need.
I mean, I'm trying to read it. Is there some, I'm just kind of thinking as I'm talking to you. We know the person hadn't removed, but do you want to leave in, or was attempting to remove another against that person's will? This idea?
Yeah, probably leave that.
Okay. So,
Dwelling or residence, or if that person was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling.
Dwelling or residence.
Okay.
Or was attempting to remove.
Yeah, I just took out add.
yeah, it just gets cumbersome when you say that person had removed it. Okay, so we'll say, I think it will read like this. The person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence, or if that person was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling or residence.
Got it.
It's a kind of a cumbersome, I don't know what they mean by that person. You're talking about the person with the gun or the shooting victim, when you say that person?
I think it's that the person who the force was used upon.
Then, there's no allegation that the person upon whom the force was used was attempting to remove another against that person's will. Is that a situation where like someone's trying to kidnap somebody out?
Correct. So the person who was.
In that case, we wouldn't need it in this case.
I think only testimony was beating on the door and saying, "Come outside."
Yeah, I guess my only concern is just that testimony about like come outside and her pounding on the door and trying to get in. I don't know if that could be construed as like that she was trying to attempting to get her to come out. I don't know, Judge. I don't want to waive any arguments in that regard, but I understand the court's position on that.
I mean, I don't think the case is going to turn on that. I mean, I'll leave in anything you want me to leave in.
Yes, sir.
So, it will read like this. The person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering, or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence, or if that person was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling or residence. Is that good?
Yes.
So all we're really taking out is occupied vehicle, which doesn't apply, or had removed, which never happened.
Yes.
Okay, good enough. And then between A and B, there's an and, right? So they need both A and B?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, I don't want to mispronounce, is it Ajike, right? Ajike?
Well, some
I,
people
I,
say.
I feel like I
Some
feel like I
people say
probably mispronounced it at some point. It's not the
According to her-
easiest name to pronounce, and I apologize, but
According to her mother, right?
It's what?
Ajike.
Yeah.
Ajike? I've tried to spell it out here phonetically. It's Ajike. But I don't want to. And I apologize if I mispronounced it. It's not the easiest thing to pronounce, unfortunately.
Ajike.
Okay. Well, my parents named me Bob. Everyone got that one right. Nevertheless, Ajike. Okay. Okay, so that finishes off that. 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. I assume you want that one?
Yes, sir.
You know, I just was reading about a case where somewhere they didn't read that. I don't know if it was a Florida case or somewhere else, and they said, no, that's you really can't. It's you know.
That's an unskippable one.
It's an unskippable one, yeah. Well, I think the defense had agreed to it, but nevertheless, no. Or they all just forgot to read it.
They better have their strategy argument
Yeah,
prepared from
yeah.
now on.
So this is the most recent one, right? So they've added the sentence, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt.
Right.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. I know you've taken off the paragraph regarding the defendant become a witness in this case, is that correct?
No, that's not in.
Is that down further?
That's in the weighing the evidence.
Okay, yeah. 3.9. Any of those 10 that you want out?
That I want out?
Right, or don't think apply?
Yeah.
I don't think 10 applies.
10 could come out, 9 could come out, 7 could probably come out.
Did the state agree to these three out?
10, 9,
7?
and 7, yes, we agree.
Is that it? So,
6
8 will become 7, 9 will, 8 will become 7, that will be it.
Yes.
We'll read the first 6, and then 8 will become 7. Okay. Okay. So we have the paragraph on the defendant becoming a witness in this case. Ms. Lorincz, I want you to understand two things, and I'll give you an opportunity to think this over overnight. You have a right to testify in this case. If you choose to testify, the jury will be instructed not to hold that against you in any way. Excuse me. The jury will be instructed to consider your testimony like that of any other witness. Do you understand? So if you testify, I will read an instruction saying the jury will consider your testimony like that of any other witness. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. You also have a right not to testify. If you choose not to testify, then the jury will be instructed not to hold that against you in any way. You have both of those rights. However, they're opposites, so you can only exercise one of them. You must choose to either testify or not testify. I do want you to discuss this with your attorneys. However, the choice is yours. Please don't let anyone make that choice for you. I would like for you to listen to their advice, but remember the choice is yours. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand that you can change your mind up until your attorneys rest the case? So even if you say you want to do one thing, you can change your mind and then choose to do another. Once your attorneys rest the case and we begin to instruct the jury, well then it's too late after that to change your mind. Okay? All right. So I want you to discuss that with them. If they force you to make a choice one way or another, please let me know and I'll correct that because the choice is yours, okay?
Okay, great.
All right. So we'll address that when it comes down to it, whatever choice you make. All right? All right, so 3.9A, that will be the one that will be given if she chooses not to testify. 3.9B, do you want the one regarding defendant statements in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 3.10, rules for deliberation. Cautionary instruction. Verdict.
No objection. No objection to the verdict.
Okay. All right. So, and then you'd have 3.13.
And 4.2 is the instruction about the media.
Okay.
I'll put that. I'll put that in after 3.13.
Okay. So normally what I would do is read the first part of the instructions, and then I'll read the charges. Is there, I guess there's no lesser included offenses?
No, sir.
You're not requesting any lesser included offenses?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll read the charges, and then I'll read the aggravation of felony by using a firearm, and then I'll read justifiable use of deadly force, and then plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof, and then I'll break. Okay?
We have 2.7 in there,
What is it?
the closing argument instruction. I don't remember seeing that.
No, we didn't have that. We need that.
I'll add that.
2.7.
I'll put that in after the aggravation of a
Right.
gun.
The other part, I mean, and I'll leave this to the defense. Would you rather I read justifiable use of deadly force first or reasonable doubt first? Makes no difference to me.
Reasonable doubt first.
Okay. Remind me when we go over it again, we'll just flip, because I think numerically they're the other way, but I'll be happy to read reasonable doubt first.
Yes.
Okay. Just remind me, because I'll probably forget.
Yes, sir.
And then the second part is mostly regarding how they deliberate and all the rest of that stuff. So, okay.
Yes.
So you have some witnesses tomorrow, and we'll be here for that. Just so I get an idea of the schedule, if we rest tomorrow, and you're early enough, do you guys want to go into closing arguments then?
I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess it depends on the time.
Okay.
Just
Who's doing closing arguments?
I am, Your Honor.
I am Judge.
Okay.
I anticipate it, for me, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours at the most. So I don't know
I'm not gonna limit you, I just, whatever you tell me is reasonable, I'm happy with that.
So that's the only thing about, I don't know what time we'll be done, so I don't know if we wanna just plan on doing Friday morning, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, if we give me some time frame, so you may take an hour and a half, 2 hours.
What about you, Mr. Johnson?
Probably an hour, Judge.
Okay.
I know they have 3 experts they're calling, so, right?
Yes.
Those are, so you have a max of possibly 4 witnesses.
Correct, so we just wanna make the decision that we will plan on doing closings Friday morning?
No, I mean, I'm gonna see how far it takes us.
Sure.
I mean, if we're good on instructions, and depending how long it takes you to get through experts, if I feel like we can get it done today with, enough time, to deliberate, I'm not gonna send them out at 4:40 or anything like that, but, then I'm
I'll
good
be
with that.
prepared to go either way.
Okay, all right.
And just, do you want a 2.7 closing argument after aggravation of the firearm, or were you wanting to read justifiable use of?
I usually read it at the end of whatever the last part I'm reading in the whatever the last instruction from the first part, because it kind of leads you into now they are going to do their closing arguments.
Okay.
I know it's like usually actually I usually like the first word, like the first sentence is always the state and defense have now rested their case.
Yeah.
So I usually say that, read the first part of the instructions, then the rest of the paragraph I read at the end of it, because it explains that you're going to do these closing arguments, and how they're broken up, and that, people are not supposed to take those as facts, and that sort of thing. If you put it in there, I'll get it in the right spot.
Okay, but you're going to read, before we make closing arguments, you're going to read, obviously, the manslaughter instruction, the aggravation of firearms.
Yeah, I'm going to read 3.1, 3.2, introduction, all that stuff, manslaughter, charges, aggravation, reasonable doubt, justifiable use of deadly force, and then do your closings.
Okay.
Kind of break it down between charges, because I feel like they need to kind of know what to look for when they're listening.
Okay.
The rest of the part describes how they deliberate.
All right.
So they don't need that until they actually deliberate.
So I'll put it after justifiable use of deadly force.
Yeah. All right. That's it.
Thank you, Judge.
See y'all tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.